Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another live stream. Wow, I'm looking a little blue. 1 second. Let's fix this. Looking a little blue, guys. That's a little better. Alrighty. Hey guys, welcome back to another stream. Today, let's just make sure my audio is working here. I should be transitioning over here in a second. Wow, my audio is blown out. One moment. We will fix these things, guys. Put settings. I think. Set that to that. Let's go back up. All right, guys, is that better? Am I not blown out anymore? I think that might fix it. Wow, why did my audio settings get? Yeah, your gain is way up. I don't know, guys. Your ears, no, okay. Hopefully that fixes it. 1 second. It's hard sometimes when you can't see your own voice, you know? I think that's good. My only concern is the music is going to be a little loud, but we can adjust the volume as need be. I'm going to pump it down just a little bit. That way we don't have any problems running forward on what we're doing here. But hey guys, welcome back to a new live stream. Welcome into the chat. Welcome everybody. Hey, Cinemagic. Hey, Okaisado. Nathaniel, how you doing? And Vatican Shotgun in the house. Alrighty, guys. How you doing? Yeah, so we are back. We're gonna do part 2 of last week's live stream. If you guys haven't checked that out already, go check that out after this stream is over. But today we're getting into making a whole CG environment for our visual effects shot. I will fill you in on what we did last week in like a really quick overview here in a moment. Let's see. Let me pull up some of my project file settings. And then today we're building a whole new CG kind of environment. Last week we spent a lot of time on the compositing side of things. We did the keying and then we imported all of those settings into Blender. That way we can just have our video file directly there. Today we're going to be creating the CG environment for the astronaut to walk in, and we'll go from there. So let's jump on into this. Let me see. This right here, let's go to working real quick. This right here is our Blender project file that we were working off of. And as you guys saw in the thumbnail, what we're going for. Let me actually pull up that picture as well if I can. I don't think I saved, because I have to open it up in Photoshop. It's super weird. Super weird, guys. Super weird. I just downloaded this alien photo from online, and it was this alien covenant thing right here. Let's just take a look at that real quick. Cool. So this is the image that we have here of this alien corridor that I thought would be really cool for us to make. And I think 1 second, I need to not hear the music as I'm talking. But this is the environment we're going to make inside of Blender today. It's very organic, as there's a lot of things from the movie series of Alien with a lot of their corridors. It has that stark coolness to it as well. Very harsh lighting, and I love that it's the lighting is very directional in nature. The plate that we are using is, let's see, let me pull this all up here so I can show you some of the stuff that we've been doing. This is our reference here of what we're working on. But the actual plate that we're using is from Action VFX. So you guys want to go grab that, you can grab all of these video files and all that. Do I have it in my download? Where's my stuff, guys? I don't know. This clip right here. Let's just load that real quick. This is the plate here that we were working with from Action VFX. You guys could go grab this yourself. It's on the Action VFX website. Link is in the description. And we first spent the time last week just keying out and then doing a lot of roto and real cleanup. Hey Lex, welcome to the chat. We did a lot of keying and cleanup work, obviously. The astronaut here passes in front of some of our tracking markers here, so we have to do a little bit of roto work there, as well as some of the shadows down here. Gave us a little bit of issues, but we've got a nice key now to work with and a camera track that we have imported inside of our Blender project. This is our Blender project file right here, so let's just go to full screen. Basically, all we did was we placed our character on this plane here and projected it from the camera's perspective as it's walking away. And this is a little bit better way of seeing it. We'll put it inside a material view so you can actually see the astronaut here. But this is the astronaut as he is walking away from the camera. And I actually did get, it's very laggy and slow because of how heavy this is, but I actually did get the projection to work. I know we talked about that a little bit last week. I tried something immediately out that worked really well, which was this UV projection node inside of modifiers. You drop in a UV project, you just select the camera at which you want. So for us, I'll just start over here. We'll just add in a UV, not warp. So inside of the modifiers here, let's go ahead and just add in a UV project. And then with that, select your UV map that you would like to use and select the camera in which you want it to project from. And from here, the only thing we need to adjust now is the aspect ratio of what that projection is going to look like. And this I took to mean the size of our camera and the projection that it's happening at. So it's not 1:1 because that would mean that it's a square. Instead, we kind of know that our footage is 2048 by 1080. So if you just plug those two numbers in like so, you will get the correct projection scaling of what that image is supposed to look like. And there you go. And that's going to project onto your plane here, which we have a very heavy plane with lots of vertices. And the reason why we did that was we wanted to be able to use the 3D displacement of that switch light render that we had to like really project this out. Sorry, excuse me, project this outwards. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then we're going to get working. Now, let's go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup work inside of our collections here, because we kind of just have everything sitting in here. We spent most of our time last week not inside of Blender. So this week, we're going to really clean up our Blender project files and get this stuff going here. But without further ado, if you guys are new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button and the like button below. Allows YouTube to know that this video is cool. If you don't like it, still give it a thumbs up, you know, reverse psychology there. I don't know. All right. So let's go into this. We're going to add in some new collections here. I have our main character here. And one thing I will talk about we did last week also was we used switch light to create separate render outputs of this character. So let's actually put this over here into render view and I can show you some of these. Here is our astronaut. I used the main input here of the albedo pass to create a version of the guy without any lighting applied to him whatsoever. You'll notice in that our actual plate here, he has quite a bit of shadows already built on him. And we will, when we place him inside of a 3D scene, we're going to want to relight him. And this is a method of doing that, is using switch light, which, don't know, I don't think I have that in my, let me just put the link here in your guys' chat. This is switch light. I'm going to copy paste this over into your guys' chat here. Let's see. This right here is switch light, and switch light is a great piece of software that allows you to do relighting inside of Blender. Or any 3D software. It gives you all of the outputs of what this person will look like. Everything from the albedo pass, which is just a non-lit version of a shot, to the roughness pass, which is, the roughness of your image. If you guys are familiar with 3D, you guys should know what a lot of these already are. But this one's very interesting as well. This is our normal pass, and when it gives you the normals, it allows you to project in kind of 3D and relight stuff, as well as a nice good old I believe this is the key. Oh yeah, this is the key. And what we're going to use all of these things for is to create a clean output version of our character that we can then place inside of our scene here. And then using, any kind of lighting that we want, we can move this around and kind of create lighting in 3D that's going to light our character however we want. So if we want him to be, more backlit, we can, and then it can give us some more of that. So this will allow us a lot more creative freedom inside of 3D to really get exactly what we need. So if we want to light him from the back, maybe a little more top down, or maybe from the bottom up, we can totally do all of these things. And we'd just do this directly inside of the 3D program. So with all that being said, that's just a recap of what we did last week. Now we've got everything plugged inside of Blender, and we can spend a lot of our time now building out this 3D environment that our astronaut's going to be walking in. But before we do that, of course, we want everything to be cleaned up. That way we don't have, things in all over the place here inside of our collection. So let's rename this to... let's call this, let's do projection. And then I'm going to create a new layout or a new collection called ref. And we have a few objects that we have inside of our scene that we're not going to want inside of the final render. And that's what will be these cylinders and these cubes. So let's go ahead and select all of that. I believe that if we just select this meshes here and then do select hierarchy, we can actually just grab this whole thing and then move this over into our ref. It should have everything we don't want. And let's see, our point clouds. Let's do select hierarchy. Let's also put that under ref. And this will be great because if we go ahead up here and we can turn on display options and render options, we'll just uncheck render. And everything within inside of this collection will not render on the final output. And that'll allow us to, keep things a lot more simple with how we want everything set up. So here we go. And then let's create another collection over here called lights, or I like just call it lighting. And we'll just place our current point light that we have inside of this lighting tab. We might even delete that later, but for right now, we're just using that. And then let's see, where's this guy at? I believe he's located under camera, but let's create a, well, we'll keep him under camera, but let's use, you know what, I'm fine with under projection having the camera located under there. I was going to have it as a separate collection, but I think, there's so few things that we're actually projecting in this scene that we could probably just keep this all in one area. The next thing that we can do is I'll add inside of our camera projection. We might change the animation on this later, but let's use an empty for a plane axis here. We'll just scale that down so that way it's not so big. I'm going to rename this to focus, and let's place this under projection. And of course, with our camera, let's go over into our camera settings and then change the depth of field to be on focus. And we'll change all of this stuff later. Right now, the f-stop's set to like 16, which is ludicrous. Probably set that to like a 1.2. We'll adjust all of these settings later, but that was important because when I did the camera track inside of Nuke, all of those settings automatically come in, including the camera, focal length here. So that for right now, we'll just keep as is. And the cool thing about this whole method of this, by the way, with this whole camera setup, is that now that all of this is done, we can actually add in an additional camera. And as long as we stay close enough to where this original camera position was, like right here, we can actually move all around however we want. Keep in mind, we do actually have a little bit of a chop here, but that's because we are undistorting our footage, and then we will be redistorting it later inside of our comp. So everything happening here in CG is going to be undistorted. So that's just a thing to keep in mind. For right now, let's go ahead and we'll go up to... Actually, I'll create a whole new... I think it would be smart for us to do this because I'm going to want to turn this off, but I want the camera to stay enabled. Let's select our projection node here. And we will just, or plane, and then we'll just place that under, okay, well. This is a little disorganized. Sorry. I would change this to projection. And then under here, we'll call this camera. And so now all of our camera settings are going to be located under this collection all the way at the top. And lighting's there. And then our projection will be here. Cool. Now let's go in and we're going to use our reference image that we have here as kind of a guide for the inspiration of what we're going for here. We want this real organic corridor that is kind of going off into the distance, something we can't see around the corner. And we need to create that here in 3D. So we already have, you know, these tracking markers as like a placement of like, hey, this is what we were planning for. During the phase of filming, we could have placed stands and whatnot into different areas on the actual set. And we could have also placed, you know, those cylinders or kind of mesh material topology in those spots in order for us to be able to create it to the scale of what we were hoping for. But in our particular case, we didn't have anything like that. Let's just turn on this real quick and we can see. Oh, I'm loading in the key. I was like, where is everything? Let's just load in this. This is our image sequence here. And then we'll set that to, I think it's 140, and then this needs to be set to 999. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So as you can see right here, if we actually filmed everything with like maybe this was supposed to be a wall here or a stand or a person or an alien or whatever, you can place different references of what those things will be inside of this original green screen material. And then from there, we would then build out to the scaling there. But for us, we're just using this mostly as the actual astronaut footage here. We removed everything and now we're going to go in and we have a lot more creative freedom for what we're doing because this isn't for an actual production, but we will be kind of fitting with inside of that same scaling of how everything is here. So like this could be the area in which the wall is located. And we do have a cylinder located here on the side. So we know where that wall is. So if we used our cursor here, we can actually just start adding in different planes that are going to be located in those different spots. So let's go ahead and scale that down. And now we already have a wall that's going to be located over there. The next thing is for the ease of how we want this to all load, because this is all going to go real slow with all our frames here. But we want to be able to see the scale of our character walking. An easy way for us to do this is let's go ahead and hit this little fake user button. This will save the data block even if we reset it, but we're not going to be using this material here. So this is going to be called, we'll just rename this to like projection final or something like that. And actually, let's do this. Actually, this is keep that, call that projection final. We're going to go into our projection here, and then we're just going to duplicate this guy. That's all we want, is we're just going to duplicate this plane. So let's go ahead and grab him. Just press Shift-D and then right-click, and that'll keep him in the exact same place that he is already. Let's see. Let's find him inside of our lighting here. Looks like I duplicated him twice, so we're just going to delete one of them. Let's grab this other guy, and we'll go over here to projection. Now, this is going to be our projection final, and let's rename this other plane here to projection proxy. And under projection proxy, we're going to do a few things. First of all, we're going to take the material name here and we're just going to duplicate it so it's a whole separate one. And let's delete everything here and call this projection proxy. It's going to be the name of our material here, whereas the final should still be called projection final. So under the our settings here, we're first going to disable our projection final inside of viewport. We don't want to see it. And the second thing we're going to do is under projection proxy, we're going to disable it on render. So every time we make any changes, we're only going to see the projection proxy. We're not going to see projection final. One other thing that you could do just to make sure that there aren't any mistakes here, select your projection final first, and then shift select your projection proxy. And actually, we're probably going to want to do that in the reverse. So select this and then copy paste the projection final here to the projection proxy. So we're going to parent this and say object keep transform. So that way, any changes we make to the proxy, if we do want to move the proxy like, you know, around, or we want to change the location of where it's actually located, we can actually do that. Hey, Slayer Flare VFX, welcome into the chat, on the vertical chat. But now, under our projection over here, the one thing that we can do is, which actually just realized you guys can't see on the vertical chat anything I'm doing there. Let's move that over. Now over here under our projection proxy, again, we're going to only have it on display, but then our projection final, which is now located inside of the hierarchy of it, just disable the viewport of that. Now with our projection proxy, we can go over into our actual settings inside of our window here, and we can make some adjustments. So inside of our actual thing, we're going to want to decimate this guy because he's super heavy, like very, very, very heavy. So let's use a modifier and then use the decimate functionality of this. And I'm going to just place this, let's see. I think if we have it below, we should be fine. Let's change the ratio here to 0.01. It can be very small. We don't need a lot of information on our proxy plane. The reason why on our final we have so much data is that we were trying to create a 3D displacement of the actual plane using the materials that we got from Switchlight. Whereas on our proxy, it doesn't matter. We're really just kind of want to see where he's standing inside of the environment. So there you go. So now we've got this decimate, and I think having it below here should be fine. So now all we have to do is apply it. So let's go ahead and do that. Hey, family time, welcome into the chat. Just applying our decimate there, and that should make everything quite a bit less, which we can even go further actually. Let's keep what we did there. We don't need the topology to look good, which I know isn't anything you ever want to hear someone say, but you know, it's true on this. Let's do 0.001. That's totally fine. Apply that. And now we should have a plane that really doesn't have all that much topology. We're mostly just using this for the actual image of our plane here. So if we go to camera view again, you'll see that everything lines up with how we want our astronaut to be. Great. So now that we have that, let's do a few things. First of all, we are probably not going to want him to be selectable. So let's go over to our collection settings all the way up here and then enable, let's enable selectability. And under the selectability of this proxy, we're going to disable that. We really don't need to grab our projection plane here. We mostly just need to be able to see where it's located. The next thing that we're going to want to adjust is under our materials. We have projection proxy selected, and let's go over here into the shader settings of what those are. For us, again, we only need to import a whole new image sequence. We don't need all these heavy EXRs that are actually going to be used for rendering. We just need the reference that we have. Now, if you remember from last week, we did render out under our ref the actual JPEGs or our PNGs of that. So let's go ahead and just select everything inside of Blender here, hit open, and voila, that's going to import as an image sequence. And we should, I think we should be good. So that's going to import as 1139. And so if we go ahead and view that now, we need to use the exact same mapping settings that we had before. So go ahead and just plug that into vector. And we'll use this, but then we need to also have alpha selected. So we will do a mix shader. Where'd that go? Did I accidentally delete that? Which compositing software is best? my opinion on that would be that Nuke is the best for compositing. We're going to use the alpha from this PNG here, and we're just going to plug that directly into the FAC. And then we're going to grab a transparent BSDF and plug that into the bottom shader here. And we actually might need to flop these. There you go. And let's see. We're dealing with an issue where from this guy, it's actually making him further. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's probably because this is not lined up correctly. We should be on frame 1001 here, and we are not. So let's do auto refresh first of all. And then also we're going to change the offset here to be set to, let's do the starting frame number of 1000. And there you go. Should line up now both with our JPEG image as well as our other mix here. So if you view both those at the same time, you can kind of see what's happening. And again, just using the alpha from this guy. Now, the interesting thing is you're actually seeing some duplication of our guy all over the place, and that's okay, because from our actual render perspective, all of these will be distorted out of the way to this line being at the top of the image, so it's not a huge problem. But now the great thing is that we're going to get a lot faster playback of our guy walking in our scene. Of course, the color is, he's got all those shadows that we were trying to avoid from before. But it doesn't really matter for us right now because we're just using him as more of a scaling reference of what the environment is going to look like. And that's our guy right there. That's all we got to worry about is this dude right over here. And now we can go in and make some more adjustments to our scene. And we've actually got our reference of what everything is. So let's go ahead and save this. But yeah, to answer your question a little bit more thoroughly, the reason why I like Nuke better than I like After Effects is because Nuke is an extremely powerful software. It has crazy things like copycat in it that you just simply don't have a solution for inside of After Effects. After Effects is kind of like a graphics suite. I wouldn't say it's a bad software necessarily. I use it still quite often for like simple things that I need. But for the most part, I do all of my actual compositing inside of Nuke. It's just very powerful. You can grab alpha channels from any part of your stack very easily. You can do things like light wrap and just there's great gizmos like virtual camera lensing and things like that. It also has crypto matte functionality, which I think After Effects does, but it just, After Effects gets very clunky very fast and you have to use like pre-comps and things like that. I was from After Effects. I used After Effects for a long time before I swapped over to Nuke, but once I made the jump, I'm not looking back, Now I use Nuke for everything, and I highly recommend it. Also, it's just what everyone in the industry uses. So if you want to work with other artists, then I definitely recommend learning Nuke or learning DaVinci Resolve's Fusion, because node-based compositing is just such a better way of working. Okay, now I let's join this together. I'm going to kind of swap over into working on the actual environment of this shot now. Again, we're going to try to use this image here, which I'm going to just export this image. Let's do file export as, that's fine. I don't care. I meant to hit the other button, but it doesn't matter. Let's save this to live stream, and then we'll go to our streams, today's date, and then under ref we'll just save this to this guy here. That way I can actually load this image into our environment. Might even minimize this window and then just pop up that image on the other side. It's probably the best way to do it, because we're not trying to make it a one-for-one, but we do want a lot of the components that we have over there. So let's see, let's grab this image and just load it up. guys go. So this is the reference of what we will be trying to create today inside of 3D. For right now, let's just disable our projection. We don't need to see that. And we'll go to solid view here. Everything is so dark. Why is it so dark, guys? Studio, matte cap. I think that's going to work better for us. You avoided a blanket, but I did... Wait, what just happened? I swear I just saw a different message. Was it retracted or something? Composite, which software is better? After Effects or Nuke? Okay, thank you. Nuke, yes. Okay, there you go. Glad we can help. Great. So now that we've got all this loaded in, I'm going to disable our lighting. We don't need to be able to see that right now. And then let's also disable our reference as well. Actually, let's keep reference for right now. Let's work on this kind of like, I don't know, what would you call that? Wall effect? Hey, Ozion, how are you doing? Welcome into the chat. I'm doing great myself. I'm going to first, let's see, start off with, what's a good way of doing this? Like a cube or something like that? I think if we just disable everything, go to side view here. Sometimes this can be challenging to get started on. I think, okay, wait a second. Let's just delete this. Houdini surprised me with that. Easier for me to it was easier for you to understand. Ever thought of a dolly zoom that would look good, I think? Yeah, I think we could do a dolly zoom. I mean, we haven't really gotten into any additional camera movement, though I think that something like that definitely would work for this particular shot. Although there already is a camera movement on this particular VFX footage that we're using. Let's do something like that. Again, we're just trying to get the rough shape here. Okay, so then we go to top view. Let's do that. This top piece here, I don't want it to go quite so high. We're just trying to... Oh, we don't want to rotate on that. Let's do rotate on individual origins. I'm trying to get into 3D. It's just so hard as I'm still in school and I don't have a lot of time. Dude, it's just like 15 minutes a day. That's all you got to do. 15 minutes a day. Just start messing around. Create your own projects. Share them to our Discord. Link in the description. Get feedback. Work on that feedback. Reapply your work. Get better. And then become a VFX god. Dude, it's not hard. Just 15 minutes a day, that's all it starts with. That's what I used to tell. So I used to do a lot of teaching, and I would just say spend 15 minutes a day. It's not a lot. I think a lot of people think like, oh, I got to spend so much time. It's like, no, you don't. Just spend 15 minutes a day. It's 15 minutes more than you were spending. I mean, eventually you'll spend more than 15 minutes a day, but for right now, just spend 15 minutes a day. Okay. So I had a Subdivide Surface on that just to give it a little bit more of an organic feel. That's nice. I like that. And then we're going to add in a bit of a design. What is it supposed to be? We're doing this alien corridor on the right side here. And I'm trying to create the these kind of like individual pipes. You have to go to work? Well, hey, you have a good day at work. watch it later, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit that subscribe button below if you're new here. But I'm currently trying to experience making free animations for scenes for smaller streamers. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Get into it. Let's do that and just bring that in. Let's see. Got to fix up some of this topology down here. Got some craziness going on. Let's see. What are we doing with this guy? That works a little bit. Trying to yeah, I'm gonna sculpt this in a second. I'm just trying to get the rough topology in an area that I like it. Once we get this, so what we're gonna do is we'll take this and then I'm gonna add an array here. Just place that before it. Let's see. Should give us a little nice kind of like hallway to work with, and then going into sculpt mode to create a little bit more individuality for every bit of it, rather than, you know, having to do all of this mainly from the beginning in the sculpt mode. I think that works. Not a fan of what I did on this line. I think we could have brought it out instead. Dude, no excuses. I started making... I'm just kidding. I did start using Blender when I was 7, though. It's my favorite claim to fame, really. I made a foot. It was the first thing I did. Let's see. Yeah, that works. The first thing I ever did was I followed a tutorial on how to make a foot in Blender. And it was basically just a cube with an extruded end. But that got me hooked. I was like, wow, I could make a shoe. And it wasn't a foot, it was a shoe. And it was just like a cube shoe. That really was like, I guess, mind-blowing to me that you could just do something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And I mean, that was a really old version of Blender. That was version 2.49 or something like that. I've told that story before, but it's very interesting to me. Now it's like there's so many tutorials online. Like that was my sister bought that for me for I think it was like a Christmas present. I think she got like this Blender tutorial, and I had never heard of Blender before. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. And I was into art and stuff like that, which is why she, you know, thought it would be interesting to do that. And I made films. That was like a big thing for me when I was a kid, was me and my buddies would all go out and we would make short films together. And yeah, I mean, anyways, all that to say, doesn't matter how old you are, you can get into Blender at any age. I'm going to clean that up a little bit. Let's see, let's grab that here and line that up. Yeah, we all start somewhere really basic, 100%. Hey, Keysign, welcome to the chat. How you doing today? How you doing? That's the mindset you want, 100%. You know, I think I think that, yeah, start just making things. And then I started playing Minecraft back in 2012, and when the game first came out. And back then, it was like really big to make Minecraft animations. So, you know, I got into trying to do that, and like that was some good practice. Now I guess we're back in with the whole Minecraft animations thing because of how bad that movie trailer was that we got released last week. We already talked about that though, but you know, you could totally, you know, practice doing anything. What do we got? What is this? What was... Probably have to smooth that out, but at least got like the general motion of that down. What happens if I do that first? Interesting. Make sure you hop on Discord 100%. And share your guys' work, by the way, on the Discord. I'd love to see some of the stuff you guys are working on. It's always inspiring to me because, you know, sometimes it's hard, you know, working on stuff and, you know, getting inspiration to work on new things. I think that's where having like a nice community is really key. Something I really wish I had when I was trying to get started was just like people that I could talk to about it. I was just the nerdy kid in school that like was like, oh yeah, I'm working on this animated thing, and everyone's like, uh-huh. Okay, that works, kinda works. This kind of works, guys. It's not really working, but it's kind of working. Oh, is that what's going on? What's going on here? So if I extrude that downwards, and then I turn the array on, and then I turn the subdivision on, why is that? I don't understand. What are you doing? Subdivision. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done 5. That was probably a stupid idea. Shade smooth. It should perfection the scene. It's really dark. Might be wrong though. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't really matter. And that's one of those things of just like knowing the context of the shot that you're doing. It's, you know, kind of helpful. You hide in the shadows. I just don't understand why it's creating that like weird edge there. It's not supposed to be doing that. I mean, I'm gonna smooth all of this out inside of our sculpting anyways, but it's just kind of weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Don't know why you're doing that, man. Let's go ahead and disable all of this, and then let's use multi-resolution. I want to subdivide it once, and then let's go into the Sculpt Mode just on this individual guy, so that way I don't have to do this 1,000 times. But let's go ahead and use the Smooth tool now. I think I have some issues already, but that should just work. So let's go ahead and go back over here into object mode, and we're just going to apply that. So now if we use the array plus the subdivision, that should just fix our problem right off the bat. There is some normals that are problematic, but yeah, you can definitely see there's some normals that are problematic. I think you can view normal issues pretty easily by going up to your display settings, and then if you select, there should be a normals option. Oh no, sorry, this is the viewport here. I believe we can turn on display normals. Forget where that option is. Face orientation, that's what they call it. Oh yeah, we are having problems, guys. We are having problems. No, I haven't done the remeshing yet, but we do have normal issues, so let's fix those. The face orientations is what we need to fix here, and this is probably because I was just being irresponsible. But let's go ahead and then turn off array and turn off subdivisions, so that way we're only looking at the object that we need here. And let's go ahead and select the faces that we want to invert. Believe that we want red to be on the other side, don't we? I always forget which direction things are supposed to be, but I believe red is supposed to be on the back side of it and blue is supposed to be on the front side of it. So, or at least everything should be consistent. So let's go to normals here, and then we'll do flip. And I'm going to go to that normals and flip. And if you right click and add to quick favorites, you can easily do that real quick by just pressing Q, and then it'll pop up your quick favorites, by the way. So now what we have to do is do the tedious process of selecting all of our red faces here. Use recalculate outside. Didn't work. Also, I think the blue is supposed to be the inside, so let's just fix that real quick. Isn't that big of an issue, though? I mean, it's not like we have like a crap ton of topology that we have to do, but if we just do this, flop it. Because we just have two faces kind of like overlapping a little bit, so I mean, we can also fix it by just doing that. It's I mean, honestly, we can fix a lot of this just by doing that. Which we should have done anyways. It's okay, guys. We're fixing real problems here. Let's disable those faces, and then we'll just flip these. I think now if we select these faces here, we can just grab everything and then flop that angle. And let's see, grab those faces there and just pull those out as well. I think this should be fine. If we select everything again, and then let's just try recalculating, see if it fixes this. Does not. It's weird. Why did it do that? Did I somehow invert this incorrectly? This is all backwards, though. And yep, flop that. I think we should be fine with that. And let's just clean some of this up here. And fix this as well. Fun, guys. This is why you spend more time working on your topology than just, you know, extruding things really quickly. That's not the right way of doing it. I don't really care too much about the bottom side as much as we care about this top side here, so. for persistence, what I use when sculpting is I modify. Okay, we're almost there. And we went off on like remeshing this whole week on the Discord. So if you guys aren't part of the Discord, you guys are missing out on some very fun conversations about how amazing retopology is and how much I hate it. Select all of these real quick. I think that's good. Select these guys here as well. Just flop those. Cool. Alrighty. So we don't care about the other part of that. So let's just deselect face orientation here. And then we'll use the array functionality as well as subdivision. And we shouldn't have any problems now because of that. So let's... that's all enabled now, and it looks pretty good. We're just going to smooth out some of the connecting pieces for everything here, but overall, I'm pretty happy with that so far. Let's see. I don't do this very often, but you can, and I mean, I did it on a stream once, and you guys like walked me through how to do it. That's how little often, how non-often I do this kind of stuff. But, there is a way to basically use a curve to then have your path created on a curve. As I said, I don't do it very often or at all. So let's see. And then the next thing I kind of want to do before I do that also is, let's go to top view here. And we're going to scale this to 0. And before the array happens, well, we're going to do a couple things. Let's... Yeah, it's fine. Let's do cursor to selected here. And let's add in something like an empty, a plain access empty. And selecting this guy here, let's go to mirror. We're going to want this to happen before the subdivision. And maybe before the array as well. Just drag that all the way up to the top. And we're going to mirror specifically on this guy here. So if you use this little picker tool, we can select our new empty that we just created. And it will mirror on the x-axis, which is this axis right here, on the other side of this empty that we created. There you go. And that does work pretty nicely. And since that's before our subdivision, we then don't have to worry about the subdivide having a weird kind of like emptiness happen. Let's just make sure that we're good on that. And yeah, let's apply our mirror. We don't need to constantly be calculating the mirror. And I think we should be good. So now if we go into our sculpt mode, we can actually make further adjustments to kind of like the rotation of this and whatnot. I think this is long enough, but it doesn't really hurt us to have this, twice as long or even further. So let's set this to a size of 80 for the length of our tunnel. And obviously we're not going to see the rest of it, but it'll help us to have it go all the way around the corner and us not worry about, seeing the end of it or something like that, because we don't want to see the end of it. We basically want to have our camera view here, and even still I feel like this could go further. Let's turn off subdivisions for a moment, and then let's set this to like 150. Oh yeah, we're definitely not going to need it to be 150 length here, but it's helpful to have it, right? It's helpful for us to have it just in case we did want to use it. We could totally use it if we wanted to. All right. with that being said, though, this is our array. Let's go in and apply our array, and then we'll turn on subdivisions. And I think we're going to apply our subdivisions as well. And then I might add a multi-res, but I don't think I'm going to use the multi-resolution feature. But we'll add it anyways, because we're going to go into Sculpt Mode, and we might be making some adjustments to individual pieces of this wall here. So let's let that load. How's it going, guys? How you guys doing? Oh, Blender crashed, guys. We hit our Blender crash of the day. We hit our Blender crash of the day. I actually don't even remember the last time I saved. Let's go to auto save. Let's see, we got a minute to go. A minute ago, we've got to save. Let's load up our saved file. I wish you all my luck when rendering. It's always the worst making an amazing scene than looking at the render time. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I can't wait to find out how long it's going to take to render this. That's why I don't think that I was going to say this was planning to be my last live stream on this specific topic. It might be the last live stream. We'll get into this later, but it might be my last live stream on it, and I might do a video follow-up next week of just finishing up the shot. But yeah, these things take a little time to render. Okay, wait. The image really realistic. It's so cool. Can you make a realistic scene in Blender? Well, yeah. So this image right here is our reference image of what we're trying to create, and hopefully we're gonna make it look one for one exactly like this. But is it possible in Blender to make it look 100% real? Yes. I do that for a living, so I hope so. This is the best way I found instead of volume, but God rays won't be as good. Oh, 100%. But you can composite a lot of God rays as well. There's not really a reason to do it in 3D. Wow, we are just crashing all day today, huh? Oops, I opened up the wrong version of Blender. Let's reopen this. Why are we crashing, guys? Why do we gotta crash all the time? We already got our 150. Is it this subdivision is causing crashes? I didn't think it would. I mean, maybe. Let's try it one more time. If it crashes one more time, then we can lower the level of it, which I wouldn't have a problem doing. Yeah, it's going to crash. I already feel it. I can feel it going to crash, guys. But yeah, no, totally possible to make things look 100% realistic in Blender. You just need to, I think, yes, we did it, guys. Save. Now we save. Now you save. This is the moment you save. Great. Now if we go over into Sculpt Mode, we're going to want our camera perspective here to... Let's see, let's open this up here. Great. Let's go back over to object mode real quick. And if we enable our reference, it's going to allow us to line things up a little bit better. Might scale things down. Let's do scaling on individual origin is totally fine. And then from our camera perspective, we can enable the projection as well. So that way we can kind of see what we're doing here. Let's go to render view. So that way we can get scaling of everything. And as you can tell, our head's chopped off. So we're going to want that to scale up a little bit. Let's look at our, how big do we really want this thing to be? Might want to scale the X in a little bit. like that. So let's see, the ground that we have. Let's delete that keyframe real quick. You develop a new scene. You detect when it's going to create a crash. Let's see. Our ground here is the thing that we need to scale up a little bit. And then what is that? Oh, is our ground? Oh, our ground just needs to be bigger. Gotcha. And the orientation of it. I think that should work totally fine. So our guy here is standing inside of this walkway in here, and he's on the ground. Now we just need to make sure that the tunnel is not getting lost. And then I'm going to scale this up on our 3D cursor here. Scale it up on the Z-axis. We'll just have that go all the way. I'm going to scale that on the 3D cursor. Why is it? There we go. Perfect. That was very strange for a moment there. Okay. We'll go ahead and save that. And now we just need to get this tunnel to kind of be lined up from our camera perspective of what we want this thing to look like. So let's grab that on the Z-axis, have that move upwards. Oh, that's why. I was like, what is going on here? Let's select our tunnel here and then select the ground. And then if you press Control-C, you can do copy attributes. If you don't have copy attributes inside of your Blender, you can go turn those on inside of your add-ons. Just search attributes and they have a copy attributes menu. Make sure that's checked. And if you press Control-C, for instance, on selecting this guy and then selecting the object that you want to copy the attributes from, you press copy attributes, and we're just going to copy rotation because we want to rotate our tunnel on the same orientation as the ground. The only difference is it's actually going to snap here, which is fine. Just rotate on the x-axis here, 90 degrees, and you know, that should line up perfectly. So now if we just grab that on our z-axis here and move that all the way to the ground, we will get a better result than what we were fighting against before. I was wondering what was going on there, but anyways, now let's go ahead and just line this up with the ground. There we go. So now that's plugged in on the ground there. In order to be able to see what we're doing, I'm going to go ahead and just add in a point light. Just grab that point light, move that down the corridor a little bit. And that's pretty cool. You know, it's not exactly what we want, but for the most part where he's standing, I kind of like the scaling. Right? Yeah, I think we like the scaling there. So now that we have the scaling done, we can now do a little bit of the organic nature of getting this to not look like a duplicated corridor all the way down the hallway. So let's go ahead and grab this guy, go into Sculpt Mode now, and we can start, you know, stretching things and moving it around. I'm going to use a lot of the elastic deform tool to really get exactly what we want. And then I think even using the pose tool will be really nice to be getting this to work exactly how we want this to be. So first of all, let's use the elastic deform. And I'm going to just go ahead and just drag this thing over. Probably should not be in render view as we're doing this. Probably not. Probably a bad idea. But you know what? We live on bad ideas. Just go to camera view here real quick. And then I'm going to turn off projections. That way I can see what I'm doing as we're doing it. And there you go. So now we're just going to start grabbing this and just giving ourselves a little bit more of a turn on everything. Just grab this whole thing. It's going around the corner here. Kind of sculpt this in the direction that we want it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that. And then let's see. We want the ground to kind of have like a bit of a bump here maybe. And we're going to have to model the ground to kind of like follow that movement, but you know, get that in there. Let's see, let's go over here to like where this spot is, and then we'll just start, you know, doing some formations on the ground here where we actually are controlling a little bit more of the bumpiness of the small areas. This is where you're going to get a lot more of that realism, is through the imperfections of like individual beams and stuff like that. I mean, overall, you're going to want like the scaling of everything to like pop up in like an area or something like that. Like that. Like that's going to be like the overall ground trajectory of everything. Might not have it go that high. And then like over to here, let's grab this thing right here. Just bring it down a little bit. As far as looking really good. Oh, thank you, Kaisedo. Yeah, we're just getting the overall shape of it, and then we can start, you know, adding in like the individual kind of like individuality of it as well. It's really important to kind of like spend time just, you know, getting that initial sculpt down. That initial kind of like overall shape of everything. All right, like that ground on that side going up, but we're going to want the other side to do this. Let's see if that fixes anything. Hello, everybody. Can you see the stream? I just completely ran out of juice on the computer. Everything went bazooko. I think we're good. I think we're back. Stream froze? Yeah, no, I lost all VRAM on the entire machine. Everything crashed on everything. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I think we're back though. I think we're back. I'm booting it back up, guys. We're getting everything back up and running. Slowly but surely. Cover that. We are getting it back up and running, guys. We lost a little bit of progress. It's okay. I just don't save every 2 seconds. That's my problem. That's my fault. Let's go to camera view here again, and we're just going to fix this ground that we had as a problem. Is this what you do as a job? Is this what you do as a job? What do you work with? Yeah, this is what I do as a job. I'm a visual effects supervisor by day at a company, and but I don't live stream as a job. No, that's not my job. Though I am enjoying it. This is a fun little pastime for me, but it is certainly not my full-time job. Not with my meager amount of subscribers. Alright, saved. The ground's saved, guys. Alright, let's check that out again. Looking good? Looking good? And now, scale this in. I think that feels good to me. Save that again. Let's go to render view here and then turn on our reference that we had. Because we got our wonderful, oh wait, no, we don't want reference. We want projection. So let's turn on projection. And we got our guy. It's fantastic. I'm going to turn on our light here. And I just might want to turn it down. Just very bright. Way too bright, buddy. But if the other question you were asking is, what do I work with as far as like software goes? Yes, the pipeline that I set up at the company that I work for, we use Blender as our 3D software, and we use Houdini for simulation, and we use Nuke for our visual effects compositing. Those are kind of all the softwares that we use, and it's all part of our single pipeline that we created. That is all running in ACES now. So I do have a little bit of a behind the scenes, you know, featurette type thing coming out next week, though. That's going to talk a little bit about the VFX we did on this last job that I worked on, and about how, you know, we worked with all the different creative teams and whatnot to create everything and have it, how the pipeline worked, how we worked with the different production heads and production teams to accomplish that. And I think that will be like a really fun educational thing. Let's check this out. So this is this guy. He is decently... He fits in the corridor. Yeah. We'll say the ground probably needs to be moved down slightly, right? Just grab all that and just move it down. That way his feet aren't going through the ground. And then, yeah, he does fit in the corridor. I like this. This is feeling good to me, guys. Now it's a little bit more claustrophobic. I really like that. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's turn off projection real quick. Yeah, no, we're still getting all of that. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead and save that now. I would maybe make it a little bit more turny. Make it a little more turny. Let's do it. Go over here. I'm gonna apply our ground real quick, and our walls here. If we just join this all together, let's just join it. We're gonna make a single file. Probably not a good idea. Definitely not a good idea. But we did it. And then we're gonna go to top view here. And let's go to Sculpt Mode again with this guy. Select it. I don't know why I would lose memory. Like, it's really not that many vertices, is it? Oh, you know what it might be? I didn't really look at the count because we made everything in arrays and all that stuff. I didn't even think about it. But now if we use this pose mode here, we can actually just create like a whole freaking thing. Now we don't want to move that. Kind of want this whole section. Why are you not detecting you as a... I didn't want to use the elastic deform, but I can. Just grab this whole thing and then drag it over more. No. 1 second. I'm going to scale that down. Grab this whole thing, drag it over. I think that works. Let's go into object mode again. Grab this thing and then just center it a little bit. I think I like that a little better. It's got a little bit more of an arch to it. Save that again. Oh yeah, I think this is working a lot better. Let's turn back projection on. And we'll go into render view again just to see what that's like. I might even just go to material view. Make it a little bit easier to see things. Oh yeah. We'll say his trajectory is a little off now. I think that, yeah. That turn works a lot better for me now. Okay. Let's add in a couple extra pillars and stuff that will just add a little bit more individuality to our environment. I'm going to start by, first of all, let's turn off projection. And then let's turn on a cube. Just add in a cube. I think just add that cube in. Just drop that on the ground. I mean, honestly, just use some primitives to help build things out a little bit better. Again, I'm trying to create, like, there's a hallway here, but I like this, like, kind of pop out that's happening on our image. So if we're just going to use that as a reference. Just grab that, make it go all the way up. You know, gives it a little extra design. I might need to use like the Decimate or retopology of like this hallway. This is pretty excessive. Just scale that down a little bit. Do the same thing for this as well. Just creating a couple extra beveled edges. We'll scale that down on the z-axis as well. But now if we take this whole thing here, just apply the transforms on it. Actually, I'll just apply scaling specifically. We could select everything and then we'll just bevel it up a little bit. Give it some nice edges. That's pretty good. I like that. Might do... Let's grab this thing though, and then we'll just duplicate it again a couple times. Just grab that, move that down, scale it up. Might grab this one actually, and let's move it towards the camera. Just stick this in the wall over here, I think. Okay. Just a little bit of extra design. I might add in some wire. No, they don't really have wires on alien ships, do they? I don't think that's something they have. I do feel like these aren't as... I guess we could do that through textures. I will say on this side, I've got the buckle, I would say like right here. Let's add in like another cube. Yeah, I just didn't know if that was part of their design or not, you know? Although I suppose we could just do whatever we want. I never really specifically said that this was an alien render. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of just like heavily inspired by Alien. If a human ship, it has a ton of wires, but an alien ship, I don't think so. Yeah, I feel like the alien ship wouldn't. It'd feel more organic in nature. Let's grab this edge here and this edge here and just grab those out. Do you have a graphics tablet? I do not. You know, I was just talking to a buddy of mine the other day. I was like, you know, I kind of want to get an iPad or something like that, so that way I could practice, you know, sketching and whatnot. Although you're talking about like a graphics tablet as in like a Wacom or something like that. I have a what I do have is a what do they call those? It's not a Wacom, but it's what is it? XP pen. I have an XP pen, which is super great. Here's the thing, guys. I have used keyboard and mouse for so long that it's kind of second nature for me to just use keyboard and mouse. And swapping over to like something like that is just very difficult to do. I don't know. Every time I want to, I get into it. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I want to rotate this so that way it matches the orientation of that, right? Probably just keep going. So yeah, I have an XP pen. I always forget that I have it though, so that's why I said I didn't have it to begin with. But I don't use it. I think it would be better to use it because it's better for, you know, not getting arthritis and things like that. But I haven't. I'm bad. I also have a standing desk at work and I never use it. So I'm not exactly the person that's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this because it's healthier for me. It's a matter of getting used to it. Yeah, 100%. And it's like, I think I was using it for a bit. Because when I started getting into sculpting, I was like, oh, well, this is perfect. You know, use an actual pen for the sculpting. And it was cool. Here's the thing. You got a keyboard, you got a mouse. Where do you put the tablet? Like, I don't understand where to put the tablet, right? Like, if I had like a stand for it in front of it, maybe, but then you got the pen. You got to put the pen down, and then you grab your mouse and keyboard because you're always going to type something, right? And then, okay, well, maybe I just get rid of the mouse altogether, and now I'm just going to use the pen. But like, I don't know. There's like a disconnect where it's like, okay, well, I want my mouse for a good portion of things because the tablet, here's the thing, I use multiple screens also, and I think that, I don't know, I like to not I just like using a mouse. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's other ways around it. Hey, Anemo, welcome back. How you doing? It'd be cool. Spider-Man render. I'm watching all the movies again. Oh, yeah, Spider-Man render would be fun. Maybe even get into some animation on that. Spider-Man animation is just like, I think the Amazing Spider-Man films with Andrew Garfield were some of my favorite, with just how they did the animation for Spider-Man flinging through the air. I just thought that was just the best. I'm gonna line this other side up over here, and then we could just, oh great, it's all the way over, there we go. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I think that works. It's just a little bit of detail on these walls here, but then not on the far walls away. The tablet for sculpting helps a lot with pressure and for making details. Yeah, and I think that's the trick, right? Is I think using it for that as well as sketching is really where it's at. I think the hard part is that I do a lot of other stuff in between those moments where I do like to have a regular mouse for. But yeah, no, you're 100% right. Hope you're having fun while boating? Boating? Who's boating? I'm not boating. Hope I am having fun while boating. Okay, I think that looks good for the walls there. And let's get into some texturing. It might even... Oh, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix some more things in Sculpt real quick. Let's jump back over into Sculpt mode just briefly. I kind of like this bump here, and I want to get that same bump on this other piece. Maybe just grabbing this whole side and bringing it a little lower. On the tiny ship? Oh, this isn't... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this isn't a boat. This is supposed to be a spaceship. That's what we're going for. An alien spaceship. Let's grab this whole side here and just bring it down a little bit. Bring this side down as well. Just kind of bring this whole thing down. Bring this side up. Wait, what pic on Instagram? Boating? What boating picture have I posted on Instagram? I don't go boating. I was boating with my friends? What pic? Okay, I'm pulling up Instagram. What boating picture? I have no clue what photo you're talking about. I'm concerned. Did someone hack the kayak photo from a year ago? Oh! Oh, the raft one. Did I share that recently? I might have. Yes. You right. You right. And Ben, you're right. It was the one from a year ago. It has the 2023 tag on it. I just shared it again. Yeah, it was my story. You're right. I forgot. Yeah, no, that was fun. That was a great time. Gotta do that again. Ben, let's go do that again, man. Just gonna bring this whole side over here down a little bit more. Yeah, we went to Yosemite and we were camping, and then we did like a little bit of rafting where we went down the it wasn't a kayak, Ben, it was a raft. And then we just rafted down the river, as they say. 1 year ago. Yeah, last year. 2023. I just reposted the story. It was like a memory type of thing. Okay, I like... That's all good. That's all good. Let's bring this down here. Maybe a little bit more. Rafting's fun, man. We're going to New Zealand in October, which is going to be my first time, and we're going rafting there too. Let's save this. Yeah, I reposted. It was a memory from last year. Actually, I think a friend of mine posted it and tagged me, and I just reshared it. I don't think I even posted it myself. Okay. I'm going to grab that and just bring it in a little bit. Make some slight adjustments here, guys. And, you know, I'm just not a fan of this section here for this. Let's fix that also in Sculpt Mode. I think we could do that pretty easily. You're AFK in a game Roblox Studios, but keep failing? How do you fail? AFKing. Oh, you're making a game. Gotcha. I was going to say, you're AFKing? How are you failing the AFK? Well, I'll be honest, man. I don't do Roblox. Tried it once. Didn't do it again. Although I do have a buddy that's pretty big in the world of Roblox. Let's use Sculpt Mode here, and then I'm going to go to camera view. Let's see how do we do that. And then we're going to fix this section. Probably going to use something like... As a game engine, it's pretty wild. Oh, for Roblox, 100%. I think it's pretty cool because it's like, you know, it's like Minecraft on steroids. It's like if you're trying to make Minecraft minigames and whatnot. My layer tool, I'm going to use the draw tool here. Yeah, that's pretty good. And we're just going to draw in some creases here and have some of these a little bit bigger. It took me 1 day to learn how to use the thing. It's too easy. It is pretty easy, but I think it's pretty cool because it's like you can make, you know, whatever you want right off the bat. It's like using Scratch's game engine. If you guys ever use Scratch, it's kind of a similar thing where You know, it's pretty easy, but, you know, I think it's pretty cool because it's limitless with your imagination on how you want to do things. What is going on there? I don't think there's really a such thing as too easy, is there? Let's use the crease or a pinch. I kind of want to do a pinch. Let's pinch this all together. And then, if we then use the grab tool, we can actually just grab it and kind of go inward a little bit without affecting the ground too much. We're just trying to create a little bit more of less uniformity on this stuff. Again, let's use that crease tool. I think that's pretty nice. Or the pinch tool. I'm going to go ahead and draw in some more stuff over here. Did you even meet Connor in real life? Ben's never met me in real life. He's lying. Ben's lying. We don't know each other. No, Ben's the moderator because he's super cool. Have you ever met Ben? Oh my gosh, this is annoying. Here we go. I'm going to use the draw tool a little bit over here as well. Hello there, Hasselhoff. Welcome in. Try to create a little bit more breakage on this over here. Let's see. Let's do that. I like this pinch tool for this kind of stuff also because it allows you to kind of like bring it together. And as you can see, the difference between this and like the rest of that is pretty remarkable. So we're just going to keep doing that. And maybe a little bit of pinching. I'm doing a little bit less like detail over there because, well, first of all, I'm lazy. But the second reason is actually pretty important. We're not going to see down there because the depth of field and whatnot that we're going to be adding into the shot. So it's not really worth it for us to go all crazy. That's pretty good. I like that. Just add some overall dentage into the ceiling here. I'll probably smooth that over just ever so slightly. And go back in and start layering stuff a little bit better. Ben, you should work with Connor in a studio. You should work together and make an animation. Yeah, Ben. Just love how we're ragging on Ben right now. Yeah, Ben. Come on, man. Why not, Ben? Huh? Well, the channel keeps growing like it is. Maybe a studio one day. And that would be sweet. Hell yeah, dude. Maybe I'll actually get you to move out here? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying there's a chance? Or am I going to have to move to Texas? How is this working exactly? Let's clean this up a little bit. Use a little bit of drawing over here for this. Oh, yeah. Got that good old-fashioned warble wobble, baby. It would be cheaper there. Lots of office space. Hey, but because of all the businesses that are going out of business out here, you have no idea how many leases are up for grab, dude. Just saying. Just saying. Like, it's actually pretty insane. I don't mean to be mean about it and laugh about it, but it's kind of interesting. It's like, it's actually probably cheaper than ever it was to start up a business out here, because there's just so much like room, and like everybody's leaving. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't mean that the lease space is cheaper, but it is interesting to see that. I'm wondering if that is going to affect things in the long run. Just trying to create a little bit of, like that. I just love those creases. I think that looks nice. Just a little bit of style. We can even draw in a little bit on these guys here. I think that's pretty nice. If you offer remote, I might not have to worry about getting a job. Hey, actually remote is kind of the, like, okay, I'll say this. I do a lot of remote with my day job. I'm a visual effects soup. So we hire a lot of artists and whatnot from, around the world, really. And this last one, we hired people from Germany. We hired people from Canada. We hired people from India. And I think remote work works really well. So I'm not against remote work whatsoever. I will say I like to have people in person as a personal preference, because I think what's interesting about it is that you get kind of like this collaborative, creative, thing that you don't get when you are working remote. It's hard to duplicate that. Like, my boss lives over in Atlanta, so like I deal with this all the time. Is the difference between in person versus not. So I think a lot of people, a lot of bosses, they don't actually deal with it all that much, that would actually be complaining about it. But I do have not complaints necessarily, as much as just like I do think it's slightly better to do a in person, just for creative aspects of things. But like overall, I think you can get a lot of work done remotely, and it works more efficiently. Like, I like working remote too, because I think I'm more efficient when I do it. But that's just my opinion, and I don't think it really is that big of a difference. It's not as big of a difference as a lot of people say it is inside of studies. I think people are more productive at home, but I think when you're in the office, that people are more creative and have better problem solving. It's definitely a cool way if you always have someone next to you and you can quickly take a glance at their screen. 100%. And I think that's really what I'm trying to say, is like, if you're working even across the hall from someone, it's really easy to just shout, hey, I got this thing, can you take a look at it? And it's like, yeah, sure, I'll take a moment. And they could just take a look at it real quick. Whereas, Parsec and other softwares like that for remote desktop work really, really well. But, the hard part is that not about being able to see their screen. It's about, I got to call them to ask them to take a look at something. And now they're going to be annoyed unless it's like a really good finished thing. Whereas I feel like in person, it's a lot easier to ask somebody to take a look at something, because you're not afraid of wasting someone's time as much. And that's just something that I have discovered, is that like people are afraid of wasting time. It's like, I got to make this phone call worth it. And so relationship building really suffers under that. But then also, the aspect of being creative and just being able to share things really quickly. But you try to do the same when working at home, and Unigroup Charge is always on Discord sharing my screen. That is true. I mean, hey, Discord has made it really easy to just like constantly share your screen, jump into voice chat, I think like if I ever had a studio, I think I would use Discord specifically, because I think it's really nice to just have you be inside of a call and then just like sharing your screen. I think that would be really nice, and I think a lot of people might not necessarily always want to share their screen, but if you're just like always on a call, then you can work as you're getting stuff done. Like, I think that's very useful. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things to test out and see how it works. I think nowadays technology has made it easier than it has ever been before to do things remotely. There's not really reasons to be in the office, as I said, unless you're trying to build a culture, which I think is important. But you also got to think of it this perspective. Culture doesn't help employees. Culture helps companies because it encourages employees to stay at that company longer. And I think here's the interesting thing. You need to have some kind of benefit for employees to want to work in person. I think that's really important. So create some kind of benefit where it's like, hey, I want to go into work. Because then when you go into work, then make it so that, hey, the benefits outweigh the negatives on, coming into work. Maybe offer free lunch, offer free this, free that, or whatever it is. That is an incentive for people to come in and say, hey, you can work remote, but if you come into the office, maybe we'll give you like a $15 lunch or something crazy like that. And then that will help encourage people to want to come in. And then once they come in, you're building that culture, you're building that, area in which people can thrive at. And I think that is way better for the employees in the long run. And you're helping the employees without them even knowing it. Because then now they're having a better experience while working for you. And I think that's kind of important. Hey, Param. Yes, I do remember you. Welcome back. I think you even joined our Discord, right? You're on our Discord? I do remember you, though. I like these kind of like natural veininess on the walls. I think that's really working. Just make that a little smaller. When I first started working, though, in post, I worked in kind of like a bit of a bullpen, and there were, three of us just like sitting all around each other at all times. And I will say, I think it's nice when you're first starting out, definitely to have that, because you can just like say, hey, I have this question. Can you take a look at this? And it's really easy because it's not like you're even inconveniencing someone to leave their office. They can literally do it straight from their office. And you have no idea how helpful that is until you have it, that it's just something that like you can get answers and questions on like immediately. Definitely recommend that. Like if you're starting out in the industry, I think going in is just so much better. Also, I mean, it's better for networking too. I think the hard part when you're starting out in an industry is that you really need to make those network connections, and you just don't online. You don't get the same water cooler talk, and water cooler talk is very important. Helps you get promotions, guys. And that's not something that you ever want to hear, because you're like, oh man, I want to get promoted from working from home. But while you can do everything just as efficiently, you can't get those promotions as efficiently. Let's just say that. Subscribing you from 2 channels. Oh, it's just you? Oh! Is that your Discord name? I've seen that username before. Unless sometimes you come on that one YouTube channel and then other times on the other YouTube channel. Like, I swear I've seen the YouTube channel before. Just a regular draw here, and I'm just going to pull out this section like that. But then if we kind of like overall pinch it together. Victor, what has your experience been though with working remote though with teams? Have you noticed any, like, do you work ever in person as well when you're working on animation? That's an interesting point. What's quantitative measure to determine who gets promotions in remote jobs? It's harder to go above and beyond in your home as opposed to an office. I never worked remote, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that is... I think here's the thing. I know people that do have the option of working remote. And I think that when... the people that I have seen, and I get it that this is all just, kind of just my experience and whatnot, Not necessarily, you know, hard and fast rule, but I do see that the people that go in, it's not about the above and beyond work, because you can go above and beyond, but like it's about forging those network connections of just talking to the boss. And when you talk to the boss, then the boss likes you, and then is probably more than likely going to see you as a person of, you know, interest for moving forward in like specific areas. I'm not saying that's right, but that is how, you know, the world works. So when you are trying to get promoted, you know, it's less about working hard and getting stuff done, although I think that's part of it, as much as it is about talking to your employer and, you know, forging good connections with them. I think often where they say that, like, if you're really good at your job, you kind of stay at the same place for a very long period of time because you're good at your job, versus people that are, I guess, you know, pretty mediocre at their job. Maybe, you know, they're okay at their job, they get their job done, but then they you know, they're really good at communication. Those people are going to get the promotions faster. I think I accidentally hit edit mode there. Watching live from Africa. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. What time is it in Africa? Imagine we do a collab one day. I think we're going to do a collab some point with I think I'm planning on trying to do a community project at some point. I'm going to scale this cube up so it's like kind of encompassing this entire rig here. Although actually, delete that. Let's go and save this. I like the idea that we see a little bit of light coming through. It's 12 a.m. Just have that pop up every now and then. I think that's more than enough. In my internship, I spent a half a day a week in the office. It was good atmosphere, but the hour commute sours 100%, dude. Oh, that is true. That is so true. So you've always worked at home, university projects for some reason. I can stand working at uni. Yeah, well, working at uni, I would imagine, is also difficult because there's probably a lot of distractions as well. But commutes make or break enjoyability of going in. Like, not getting paid to drive, I think, is such a freaking bum. You know? Like, it's like, oh, like, I gotta drive. And for me, it's not an hour. I drive 30 minutes, and then it's like 45 minutes with crazy traffic in the morning. Not fun at all, I'm telling you. Like, I think that is something that for sure needs to be resolved somehow. Like, there's got to be a solution to that, right? The benefits besides the fruits basket were also great. They had a cook who made fresh food. Oh, sometimes helped out, picked up some cool tricks. That's awesome, actually. That's pretty cool. Would you work for, like, Google? Okay. Think that's cool. Now, from the other side of the hall here, just add a cursor. Back to camera view. Yep, we can't see that for sure. Let's add in an area light. I'm going to scale that guy down. Although, just make that so that it goes all the way down the hallway. I'm going to go to solid view here real quick, and then let's put this in render view. Connor, I'll give you contain. I'm in my channel. There is a video named Remix Backroom. I dare you to remix my animation, make better. I hope you'll do it. Oh, in German public transportation, so I took 1.5 hours to 4. One day I also had to sleep at a friend's house because they had to diffuse a... What? Wait, what? Explain. Okay, so we're going to have this light coming from the other side here. And it's going to be kind of like sticking its way down. Internship is a Paracel Island company and focusing on advertising and digital media in general. I mean, that's cool, but like, how bright do we want this light? So I think that is going to be like a good intensity value of like where it's coming down the hall. As you can see, it creates like these really cool looking shadows from our hall area. I think overall we're going to want to have some kind of light coming from the back. Let's see, all of that. Yeah, I don't think I like... If we add in a cube, just scale that up, we're going to get rid of like these holes that we have in the ceiling that I'm too lazy to go through. Yeah, public transportation always takes forever. There's one thing that we get criticized for like crazy out here is that we don't have public transportation like that. I'm going to grab our cube and then just place that inside. The other thing I like to do with these is if you go to visibility and then you turn from textured to wired, it makes it a lot easier so that way we're not constantly seeing that the whole time. But make sure to select this cube and then place it under flags. The cool thing about that is if we ever needed to see the area, we could actually turn indirect lighting on only, and then it basically is only ever being used as an indirect lighting source and not as a visibility thing. So we're not actually seeing the cube, it's only adjusting the lighting of what it is. It's my channel, free, and check it. Wait, you made the same thing, but in Backrooms theme. It's in my channel. Oh, I'll check it out later. Make sure to share it to the Discord. If they build new buildings, they dig up the ground, and it's like if you... Oh, wow. Jeez. Ben's the history buff, though. He knows all about that. I'm going to grab this light here, and I'm wondering if we increase the intensity, how bright we can get this thing to be. I think overall that's a nice brightness there. I'm going to go ahead and save it. We'll probably want to have some more lights as well. I'm going to place this under our lighting collection that we have and then enable our lighting collection. Which our lighting collection has, for some reason, the camera. I don't know why the camera is located under it, but if we select our focus hierarchy and place that under camera, and then if we select our camera hierarchy and then place that under camera, should be good. Okay, and then now we have a point light, which we could delete that guy. We have this area light that we just added, and then we have this other random plane. What is this plane? Oh, that was our first wall that we created. Let's go and delete that as well. So now under lighting, we only have this area light that's coming from down the hallway. Why are you in all caps, Anemo? You know, Connor, I am a beginner, so I make noob animation. Also, that's not how you spell my name. I'm going to add in, I think, an area light from this side. And then we're just going to kind of have this point in this direction. Just to have some light coming from over here, so that way we're filling it up. I don't think we're going to want it quite as bright. We'll probably make it quite a bit dimmer like that. You can already see like the kind of intensity we have here. I might make that a 2 or something like that. It's hard to pick what color we're going to want the light yet because probably not going to want it to be white. We do want some kind of fill light so that way we can actually see our characters. I might want it to be slightly blue though. I'm going for like more of a bluish tint. That's pretty good. You're learning typing, all good. There's a little caps lock on the left side of your keyboard. I think it's funny when people write in all caps, you just imagine someone just like yelling at you. You know I'm learning typing. I'm just getting yelled at right now. Ah! I'm going to turn down that a little bit. Might turn it up a little bit better, a little more. Gotcha, the caps is right above the shift key It is. I was like, I actually had to check on my keyboard. I was like, is it though? Is it? And then with the light all the way down on the other side of the alley here. Oh, let me make sure this area light is plugged into the lighting section. This light all the way down on the other side of the area. Let's just go ahead and just add a slight bit of blue. And there you go. And then that's going to give a nice like kind of bluish off tone there. Which is pretty sweet. And then now if we go ahead and add in like a rock texture and stuff like that, I think that will play pretty nicely. But let's go ahead and find one. I'm going to open up Chrome. I like to use Polyhaven for my textures. So we're just going to find some textures of like some rock material or something like that. Let's see, we got brick, rock. We got these fancy ones that are early access for the Patreon members. Let's find something that kind of works, feeling like a little more tiley than rock, I think. Yeah, something like this, right? I think like this works better, right? No? Got terrain, aerial, wood, plaster, metal, roofing, rock. Do they not have tile? I feel like they should have tile. Man-made. Maybe this guy, but stretched out height-wise. Blender 4.3 should add a feature of adding a Piron in projects so 2 persons can work. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think there's plugins out there for that, is there not? I'm going to use this guy. I think this is pretty close to what I want. That under the materials. Save that there. Let's go and open up the folder location for that. And extract it. That should give us our materials that we can load into our project file. I'm going to select our tunnel here, and then let's go ahead and add in a new material that we will call wall. Go back over here to the shader editor and we can start importing some of our materials. So we have our diffuse here. I'm going to drag everything in, but I don't think we're going to use all of it. So we have the metal, we have our normals, and then we have our roughness. Let's first off start by just adding in the texture to our base texture here. Just the diffuse color. And then we'll use the metallic under metallic. And then, let's see, roughness plugged into roughness. And then our normals, we could plug that into normals, but we have to convert it to a normal. Because you can see that it's got this purple line here. So let's add in a normal map. And just plug that in. So that's going to convert the actual map color. And it'll crash Blender in the process, but we're all good. 4.2, it's gorgeous. I have tried one time and I really like the Eevee render. I'm on 4.1 currently. Gonna recover the autosave. Wait, from how long ago? I didn't even look. What did I lose? Connor, try for this sounds miserable. Imagine editing your mesh and another person just overwrites the changes. Linking the USD is the way to go. 100%. USD is also like the future of, I think it's just the future of working in 3D. Because imagine you can use whatever software you want, and now it's the tools of that software that are making the adjustments. Like, so you can like working in Maya or Blender or whatever you want, and it shouldn't make a difference because, you know, it's all just editing in USD. I think the future is having save files be USD, not .blend, not .maya, and then just allowing people to make the editorial changes inside of the program. And it just edits the USD. I think that's the future. Is this going to crash it again? Maybe I shouldn't be in render view when I'm trying to do this. I think that's the thing. Okay. Kind of works. I don't like the metallicness of this. Oh no, I don't want curves. I want a color ramp. That's what I really want. Let's go take a look at this real quick. Let's use generated here. And then let's use a value of like 4 plugged into the scale. We can actually scale this up. Like something like that, right? I like this. I'm only using it for the walls, so don't care about the ground here. The reason I like it on the walls is because how it's distorting the effect. We don't want a tiling effect as much as we want to have, you know, kind of like this effect here. So if we grab this now, we then look at it into the diffuse, you'll kind of see what it's going to do with the texturing. It's kind of creating like this shading pattern, like so. And I mean, this is just bad UV unwrapping, but it works for us in this particular instance because we're not exactly using a texture that we want. But I think that's going to, in the end of the day, service exactly what we're trying to do. And crash. Oh my gosh, guys. We are dealing with so many crashes today. I think the future is saying AI, create animation like this, blah, blah, blah. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think a lot of people are saying that. I don't think that's true. I saved. I hit the save button. I hit the save button. This is really frustrating. Save. You see how I hit the save button? I did that last time too. Let's do this with generate it for the vector maps. I'm just going to plug this into everything. And then we'll just save. And that should give us the results that we're looking for here. Yeah, that's probably the high res. That's what happens when you go into Sculpt Mode and you go crazy. Okay, that works. I'm going to use a color ramp, though, with this. Let's go view that real quick. Plug that into the roughness. Save it. And what was the size we ended up with? I mean, that looks good. 11.8 for future, just in case. Let's see if this crashes. It hasn't so far, which is good. I will say I don't like how this over here, I want the light over there to be a little bit brighter, so I'll go ahead and select that maybe and just increase the brightness. I kind of like the fact that this would get blown out down there. It's a little, need a little more like volumetrics, I think. I think we can do that with our volumetrics with our cube that we added. Let's see. Let's go back over to 3D viewport here. We could what we could do is add in a new cube, scale it down, and then we're gonna grab everything here. Just grab it, move it over, extrude it. Keep extruding it, making sure you're following the path downwards. We're gonna do something we're gonna regret, but it's okay. Doing visual effects, guys, is all about doing things you will regret, okay? Make no mistake. Create a new collection, call it effects. Drag this cube inside of it. We're just going to call this guy Fog. Save. You're also making sword animation in my school, and I like electric sword. Probably see some video of that sword. Awesome. Make sure to share it to the Discord. I'm going to put this as a shader editor here, and let's go and delete this, and then let's create a volume scatter node. We're just going to plug this volume scatter node into the volume here. And then we're going to change like the anitropocy here, and that's going to give us like this nice effect down the hallway. It's going to make it feel a little bit more like we're inside of like a dense kind of like corridor instead of the light just popping through. Obviously, if we turn this off, you can see exactly what it's doing here. It's kind of just like making it feel more realistic by creating kind of like this density in the air that we didn't have before. So we're going to go ahead and just save that. Volumetrics, baby. Did you ready to answer my question? What was your question? I don't remember what your question was. On Discord? What's your... I thought I answered all the questions on Discord. Someone help me out here. What did I miss? Okay, we're going to probably have to change this ground material to be something completely different. Let's find like a dirt texture, I think is what we're going for. So, no, not dirty. We're going to want dirt. Go to all, probably terrain. And find like a gravelly dirt. Something like this. Feels kind of like, oh yeah, like this coast sand. I think that works. Oh, I don't get private chat messages. Did you send it to the general chat? Forest leaves. Brown mud. Terrain road. I don't think it's terrain road. I mean, terrain road actually is pretty close because you get those like light rocks that are kind of like shining on the light from off in the distance. Yeah, let's try terrain road and then just removing the brown because I think that this effect was probably going to work the best. Yeah, if you got any questions, shoot it over in the general chat. Or work in progress. I don't know what your question is. I'm going to unzip this guy. This is an extracted terrain. Also, the great thing about that is that oftentimes I might not get to it, and then Victor jumps in and then has a great answer that I sometimes wouldn't have thought of. You need some slimy stuff. Goo in the scene already looks amazing though. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, this isn't the render. I mean, you know that, but this is the render. It's a little dark. We're gonna need it not so dark. I think that's the thing. I think it's a little too dark. Let's see. Let's call this wall. And then let's create a new material that we will call... Oh, Ivy generator. Delete the leaves and make it shiny. That's actually a really smart idea. Crash! Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, we're dealing with the crashes today. I need to stop being in render view when I'm making editorial changes to things. There we go. Do I have... I do have the fog. That was the last thing I added. Save. Let's go to materials here. Select the corridor. I'm going to call this wall. Save. We're saving after everything. Add new material. Save. New. Your PC was about to blow up? Don't do that. You're only supposed to subdivide it 9,999,999,999.999 times, not whatever that is. Don't do that number. We're gonna call this ground. Save. Okay, cool. Now we have our terrain material. Go to textures. Let's just start adding this guy. So, do we want displacement? Yeah, let's drop the displacement in. We'll do normals and we'll do roughness. Okay. Now for our diffuse, just plug that in like normal. Our roughness, we can plug that in like normal. We might make some adjustments depending on how wet we want the scene. And then our normals, again, plug that in. Swap that over to normal map, and that should convert that successfully for us. Our displacement, if we select bump and then plug this into the height, and then plug the normals into the displacement here, should work. Save. 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 You missed some chats? How'd I miss some chats? Probably. I don't know how to explain. Never mind. Delete the project. Why'd you delete? Oh, you delete the project. Ah, I got you. Your PC was about to explode. You know, it's hard, man. It's hard to do CG animation and read chats. That's what AI needs to be for. I need AI to read the chats for me. Okay. This is not going to look good. Actually, we're not even going to see it, are we? Yeah, we're not going to see it. Rendering. 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 Okay. Turn that back into solid view. Select the corridor. Go into edit mode. This is where things get sketchy, guys. You don't want to go into edit mode on these things because your computer blows up. Oh, put the AI in the chat. Yeah, the AI just responds to all the questions for me. You know, that's the future of AI right there. I did see like YouTube added this feature, so if you leave the stream and come back on like the YouTube app, it'll tell you what the chat has been saying, and that's like a cool AI thing. Oh my gosh! So I'm gonna press Alt A, which is gonna just deselect everything. Holy crap! We're screwed, guys. We might be screwed. not pressing anything. I think I just crashed everything again. My OBS is frozen. I think the stream ended. Did the stream end? I certainly lost everything. Everything's frozen. I think, yeah. Is the stream gone? Or is it still going? I can't tell. Oh, it's still there. Okay. I didn't know. 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 I don't know. You know what, Okaisido? I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll decimate it. I'll decimate it. I'll decimate it, man. Okay. I had to pull up YouTube up here because I was like, wait, did I lose everything? Did I lose it? I didn't. I didn't. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Shh, 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 shh. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to grab our corridor and paste it. We are going to hide our other corridor. And in this corridor, because that just is going to be a backup. That's our backup right there. Okay, backup. So now this is going to be the one we're going to decimate. Because I don't believe that this is going to work. I don't think it will. I think we're going to just lose too much. Although 0.1 is pretty small, so maybe we shouldn't do 0.1. We're going to pay attention real close. How much detail do we lose in the walls? That we're not, let's be honest, are we really seeing this detail? It's so dark. Dude going to sub you? Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Phobia Gaming. Connor, buy an RTX 4090. Hey, you know what? Once I start making money off these live streams, maybe. I think we're a little far away from that, though. Crashed. Yep, 100%. We're crashing, dude. I found a nuke tutorial in your channel. Oh, thank you. Right now we're in Blender, but this is a visual effects shot that is mixing between Nuke and Blender. So the tutorial, the live stream we did last week was using Nuke, and then now we imported that stuff into here, so we're building the 3D environment for it. But dealing with some crashes right now. That's what we're dealing with. Let's place that under layout. Hide this guy. Select our new guy. We're gonna hide it right now. We don't need to see it. Save what we did. Starting to learn Blender 2? Blender's great software, man. Blender's a great software. As long as it doesn't crash. Oh! Come on. Come on. Okay, we're good. So now with it selected, we're going to go into the modifiers here. I have it hidden this time. I think this is the way to do it, okay? With it hidden, we're going to add the decimate functionality. All right? Why can I not add a modifier? Okay. Okay, I get it. Let's hide it this way. Save. Don't end this stream with crashing. The stream won't end. It's just going to pause for a moment. This is the perfect channel for me. I was hoping to learn something from you. Oh, thank you. Which Blender version are you using? I'm using Blender version 4.1. is what we're currently on. Okay, now with it hidden this way. Okay. Okay. Save again. We're saving after every step here. I'm going to save after every step. You can add multi-res and click on unsubdivide. Might be less intensive to compute compared to a decimate modifier. You know what? I like your ideas, Hasselhoff. We're going to go on that one. We're going to go with that. And it's somewhat different from the decimate modifier, which is based on unsubdivide. Okay. Should I hit the subdivide button? Should I hit the subdivide button? What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm kind of tempted right now. I'm a little tempted to hit the subdivide button, everybody. Ben, help Connor. I'm a little tempted here. Do it. Do it. Should I hit the little subscription button? All right, we're going to hit unsubdivide. Don't press the sub. Do it. See, I'm getting a lot. We back, guys. I did it. I pressed the button. Gosh. Am I back on the vertical chat too? It's hard to... I can't see. I've lost all memory on the computer, so like... I don't even know what's going on. I think we're back. Connor, don't laugh too much. Oh, man. Well, hey, guys. I'm going to open it back up again. We'll get it. We'll get it, guys. We'll get it. We'll get it. It's so funny. Like, my whole computer just, like, completely freezes up. Let's close that. We should close all of that. Dr. Phobia Gaming. Yeah, man. We're back, though. Why do I need a... We're doing it. What button did I press? Here's the best part. I didn't even hit the subscribe button. Or the subdivision button. I hit the unsubdivide. And it crashed the computer. So... That's not my fault. Okay. But just did a little trick. If you disable the display button. So hiding something, by the way, doesn't actually make Blender not calculate it. You have to hit this little window button here. And you have to get that through here. It's the display button on the Blender. You can't add modifiers when it's hidden. You can't add like visual modifiers. You see that? It's all grayed out. But if there's already a modifier there, you can adjust it. So I just had to add the modifier, disable it, then change the ratio option here. And I might even be able to apply it. Oh, there's no voice? Can you not hear me? Can you guys hear me? No, you guys can hear me. I can hear myself on my phone. Dr. Phobia, is it just your stream? I don't actually know. I know that audio is coming through. But Dr. Phobia, check out the horizontal chat. There's another one. If you're on the vertical, go over to the horizontal. I'm streaming 2 different streams at the same time. Which, by the way, guys, is probably the reason why I'm crashing. I need a new computer here, man. Yeah, I can hear myself even on my phone. Anyways, I created this ratio here. And basically... Yeah, I would recommend... Oh, yeah, you can't hear. Not mute. Chat publicly is Connor. Oh, you can hear. Gotcha. Cool. Awesome. Did I just freeze up my Blender by not doing anything? Okay, we're going to save what I just did. Save it. I don't know if 0.1 is going to work. So here's where the trick comes in. Do I apply the modifier before or after I view it? Do I ever apply it? Or do I always calculate? Oh, no, I definitely need to apply it. I just realized I needed to apply it. But I'm wondering if 0.1 is a good number, or if I'm going to need less. Maybe I need more. Let's set it to 0.5, because I don't want to get rid of too much topology. And then I'm going to apply it right now, before we see it. You can always turn off the viewport display in the modifier. Oh, true. But I do need to apply it because I need to go into edit mode. That was the whole reason I did the Decimate in the first place. I think I just crashed Blender again. Ben, we need your help. Nemo's asking for help. I need your help, Ben. Help us, Ben. Ben, you're our only hope. That's my best Leia impression from Star Wars. Help us, Ben. Vatican Shotgun. You're our only hope. Okay. I definitely froze it. But it's okay. We have time to wait. We have time to pause and reconsider our life choices. Which, by the way, guys, I don't know why I didn't mention this earlier. Hey, Dr. Popia, welcome to the other chat. And yeah, choosing a higher value might help. I don't know how to estimate calculate, but it's probably through the mesh. I did want to mention this, guys. I don't have the link posted. 1 second. Me, 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Don't go anywhere, okay? I think I have a similar thing with the similar thing. No, I didn't crash. We're still waiting. It's actually loading. It's frozen, actually. I don't know where... Why can I not view that? I'm trying to find... I have a thing I wanted to share with you guys. It's pretty cool. Oh, I know where I shared it. He's like, I know I have it somewhere. Oh, we know our computer's running slow when other softwares start crashing. Oh, literally everything's crashing. Are you facing my problems of computers crashing? Yes. I have joined the club of the crashing computers. Well, I will say this. Discord's probably taken up quite a bit of resources on my computer. Okay, I think we're unfrozen. I think we unfroze. It applied. Now if we view it, you know it doesn't look bad. I think 0.5 looks good, guys. Now we're going to save. We're going to save it. Oh, we're saving. Woo! Boom, baby. That's how you do it. One step at a time. As it freezes. As it freezes on the save. Which is probably the most tragic moment of your life. I need to open up task. No, not task settings. I need to open up task manager. And I need to crash a software. Now, see, I am purposely going to crash a software that I would like to use, but it's frozen. Loading, baby. Okay, so the 0.5 worked. But I wanted to mention something, guys. Hey, I have a t-shirt that I came out with. It's the one I'm wearing right now. This guy right here. It's for my short film, Bad Omen. Next week is doing its premiere screening at the Nashville Film Festival. So if you guys want to go grab a copy of that, please do. 1 second. I gotta do this whole thing. There's a whole separate thing. I gotta go over here. But yeah, if you guys want to grab a copy of that, please do. I have them over on a website called TeePublic, so you guys grab it your own size, put your address in. I don't handle any of the inventory or anything like that for it. It's all handled by TeePublic. So if you guys want to go grab those, you guys can go grab it from this here. This is the TeePublic link. It is a hand-drawn piece of art of a werewolf because my film is about a monster werewolf. And you guys go ahead and check that out. Check out the art, at least over there. It's for my short film, Bad Omen. So if you guys want to go grab that, then grab a copy of it. Connor, you made me deaf. You screamed on my ears. Oh, dang. I'm sorry, Animo. I don't remember when I screamed. I scream quite often, though, on this live stream. So, okay, we're going into object or edit mode. I'm going to buy it and tell everyone it's your own favorite band. Yeah, dude, it looks like a band t-shirt, doesn't it? I did not draw it myself. I hired an artist that worked on it. I saw his work back in, oh shoot. Alt A is the button I was trying to press. But it was a friend of mine's coworker. Had never done any freelance before. And I was like, dude, this guy's like really good. And so I messaged him on Instagram and I said, hey, can I commission you for some art? And he had never done any freelance. He'd never done any professional work. He just sketched for fun and put it up on his Instagram. And I hired him to make this design for the shirt. And that was like over a year ago. Yeah, no, dude, it looks so sick. I have the t-shirt and I got the, I recommend this one. You guys get whatever one you want if you guys do order it. But this is the Tri-Blend, which is super soft, like so soft. Such a nice t-shirt. And then I got a hoodie. I like wearing hoodies, so I decided to grab a hoodie. So that way I would have a nice one for when the cold weather eventually starts coming in. There's a metal band called Bad Omens. Dude, see, now we're talking. You already got yourself some free merchandise for it. Okay. Whew. Here we go. Selection. We're making this object its own separate object. So that way I never have to go inside of this corridor object again. There we go, guys. No, it didn't crash. See, you tried to jinx it. You tried to jinx it, but you did it, Nemo. You tried to jinx it. You're not getting me this time. I mean, it's still frozen, but, you know, eventually it'll uncrash here in a second. But, you know, we're good. Oh, see, we're good. Told you. Never doubted it for a second. Use this and call this ground. And then we could just call this walls. And then on our ground object, let's go over into our materials window. That we already have ourselves a ground that we can add here. And then let's see, that's going to be called ground. I don't know why when we... I feel like that's new. I don't remember it doing that before. On the walls, I'm just going to remove the ground because everything should just be walls. And then the ground will just be ground. What? 100,000 R? Wait, I don't know what you mean. Sick band and the music videos are awesome. The colors in the depth of peace of mind. In the depth of peace of mind. The colors in the depth of peace of mind. I don't know what that means. I'm not following along, Hasselhoff. Okay, so with the ground added there, we can now start editing the actual ground material that we wanted to have. So if we go back under our shader settings here, we should now have our ground terrain. I'm going to go ahead and add in our texture and mapping nodes, and then just plug that into the vectors of everything. Oh, the song name. Okay. I'll have to check them out. I actually don't know the band that you're referring to. I do know there is another feature film movies that have come out called the I think it's called the First Omen and like Bad Omens, I thought was the name of the movie, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna save that. Let's just go over here into render view. Yeah, we're good to go into render view. I was just double checking that we didn't have a double corridor added. That would suck. And I have been saving like every single thing that I've done so far. So every step of the way we have the save button hit. But let's load that up. A moment of silence as we are loading this. As our memory of our computer is slowly being drained away. We're talking about like aura? As in like an effect around somebody? Like, you know, a glowing kind of aura effect? Connor has it? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, wait, are you talking about aura? Wait, I don't know. I don't know really what aura means then. What you're... Wow, why is this frozen? It's not frozen too. Like, it's responsive. Like, my software's being responsive right now. I am going to select this fog material here, though, and then let's just make sure that the visibility of it is set to wireframe. That's the viewport visibility. In render view, it'll actually pop up as fog, but we're setting the viewport visibility to wireframe, so that way when we move around inside of our... Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Let's go back to solid view. Save it, and then maybe go to material view. That's what Google says. A way of measuring a person's social confidence or cool factor. Dude, I'm so cool. Like, you guys have no idea how cool I am. Just... I always thought aura was like a magical effect, though. Am I not correct on that? I thought aura was a magical effect. I'm going to use generated for this vector here. Okay, that's good. And then let's adjust the value of it. I'm in material view right now because it's going to work better. Let's plug that into the scale. I think 8 is roughly the right size. I mean, maybe a little bit larger. Yeah, 9's pretty good. I like that. Don't hate your typing. I'm gonna go into render view again and see if this works a little better. I probably need to turn on the console so that way I can actually see what is going on. There certainly is a lot less vertices though. There we go, guys. Okay. So for our second area light that we have, let's turn this directional brightness up a little bit. The ground is so dark. Why is that? I might take this light, and if we duplicate it, let's just duplicate this area light. Place it up here again. We just increase this brightness to something way larger. No. And then we're gonna, one second, if we disable volume scattering and then we turn up the brightness to something crazy bright. I'm trying to get the ground to have a little bit more brightness to it. Yeah, I like that. But you can see now the walls look terrible. Let's go over here into our object settings, and then we're going to change the lighting we change the light collections, how do we do that? I got shading, visibility. Light linking is basically what I want to do. Where did they put the light linking settings? A lot of chats going on. Sometimes my brain just can't compute certain words and I have to Google them so I can find out how to spell them. And it hurts if Google doesn't auto-correct it because it's that wrong. Dude, that happens to me and I speak English. Under visibility, shading, there we go. Light linking, new. And then now let's grab the ground and we're gonna just select the ground and drag it in there. So that way this light is only affecting the ground because we don't want the walls. Now we made that super bright. So we're gonna call this ground area 1. And then key light area. So for this ground area light, let's turn the brightness down to something smaller. We're basically just trying to get this area. Oh, whoops. I named these incorrect. I don't know what... It's funny. I don't know why I named these backwards. Key light area. And then this one right here, we're going to call ground. Ground area 1. And this ground light is going to be super bright. Let's make it a lot less bright. We're just basically trying to fill in this area over here. I'm probably going to, let's see. Let's add in another plane. Scale that guy down. We're going to use this to basically cast shadows in this area of the wall. So let's just do it like so. And I think that's good. And again, we already created a flag area, so we just drag that into the flag step, and then we're going to just make sure that indirect lighting is selected for these flags. So we're not actually seeing this plane that we added here, but it's going to cast a shadow onto the environment, and that way we're not getting that kind of like bright ground area. I mean, I could probably tweak it, but I like how bright it is in these other areas. I just didn't like how bright it was in that one area. Next, let's look at this ground to see what, how that's going about. With this plane, just make sure it's like selected, and we can, make some more adjustments to it. So if we go over here into our 3D viewport, and you can kind of see how it's affecting the shadows there. Actually, I'm not really seeing how the effectors are... Oh, right. No duh. Select your ground area light. And let's go to the settings here. It's ignoring the plane. That's because under light linking, it's only seeing ground here. It's not seeing our flags. So select this whole collection and drag flags in there. And then now, any adjustments that we make to this plane here should just block that area. And maybe... Let's see, under light linking, and then do we need shadow linking? Yeah, that's probably what we also need. Shadow, flags. Why is this not stopping that light there? What is that light? key light doesn't have any light linking. Why is this? I don't understand. Oh. Well, that would do it. Let's fix that just by grabbing this whole section here. We're just going to grab it by the z-axis and then make sure that there's no light coming through from the other side of this thing. Okay. And then now for the ground area light, let's increase this brightness up a little bit. And then let's decrease the power of this to quite a bit less. I like that. Now we can kind of see, you know, this ground here. I think if we duplicate this a little bit further, let's take it a little bit down the hallway. Let's see, let's find that area in here. Make it a little bit more on the roof. And then we're just going to make this a lot less bright. A lot less bright. And really we're just trying to pick up the area on the ground here, so that way we have a little bit more detail. Cool. With that being said though, so we have this as our ground area light. And we're going to want to rename this to ground area light 2. These lights will also need to have our projection associated with the light linking. So let's grab that real quick. If we go under our light linking settings here, grab our projection, and then just drag that in. It should work. But I do think we want... Select this one right here. What's the name of it? Light linking for area. Let's just rename this to ground lights. And do both those use ground lights? Yep. And so now not only are we using flags and ground, let's also use projection inside of here as well. So now it's going to be using projection as a source of light, but also I believe shadows. So if I just save this, and then we're going to turn on that in a moment. I'm going to add this material here real quick to, I believe that's just called material. No, it's called wall. Is this the movie that I worked on Netflix? No, but it'll be on a service called Tubi, I think at the end of October. And it's going to theaters first, though. So I think we can add wall to this one. It's a little dark. I might actually take this and then brighten it up a little bit. So let's grab both these and then put both these on wall. I'm going to rename this to pillar. Oh, my movie. No, it's next week. It's going to be premiering at the Nashville Film Festival. And then the week after that, it'll be at the Chicago Film Festival. There will be an online screening of it at the Hollywood Shorts Fest next weekend as well. I don't know how tickets for that work, but you guys can look that up if you guys want to see it online. I'll try to post a link in my Discord as well if that's something you guys are interested in. But yeah, I believe that's going online next week. I don't know how that works, though, so I have to probably look into that. color ramp. I want to add a curves. And we're just going to brighten this up a little bit so that way we can actually see it. Not that much. I like that. I like it overall. I think it's nice. It's a little dark, but I do like it overall. I just probably just in general needs to be a little brighter. I think just in general. So I think maybe if we added like a, let's add a point light just like here in the center to light up the, just the, Yeah, if we do it, yeah, a point light. Let's grab that, just move it up a little bit. And then we're going to do a couple things. First of all, we're going to disable volume scatter. So this light is not going to be affected by volume scatter. And the second thing is we're going to make this a lot darker. Like even darker. And like as a base level, that's not terrible. So now if we go to wireframe mode, we can just take this and then just duplicate it down. We're just going to do that, I think. Just put it more in the center. And honestly, that gives it so much more production value. Because it just, yeah, dude, that works a lot. And then Hasselhoff, I'm gonna try your thing with the Ivy. Might try that. We're gonna crash our computer, but we're gonna do it. I'm gonna go to solid view first. I'm gonna select our corridor here. I think, do I have Ivy Gen on this? Create Ivy generator. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, the way this works is wherever the cursor is, it adds ivy growing up it, I believe. So we're just going to save that. Leaf size, we're not going to grow leaves. Just going to say add new ivy. Oh yeah, I saved. Don't worry, Okaisudo. I saved. I made sure to save. That's interesting. I don't like hate it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. We can make some adjustments. So did it create a new collection for the ivy? Or where's that located? Oh, it's just located here. Let's just delete it real quick. Let's go under layout, because that's where we're going to be adding this thing. I'm not in edit mode. I'm in wireframe mode. I can go to solid view too. It doesn't really matter. Just in wireframe mode. Okay, so we're going to change the length is totally fine. The size is decently large, so let's try that. Select an area, faces, duplicate it, and separate it. Oh. Well, I also don't hate that what it did, though. I think it kind of looks cool. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. If this, it depends on what this looks like. I figured that the size was too big. I kind of like the fact that it was kind of going everywhere, as if it was, yeah, like this, dude. Look at that. That's so freaking cool. And yeah, I mean, who cares if it bunches up there? But this is pretty cool. It's like so close to what I want. I just think it's too big. It's a little too big. So let's delete it. Let's select this guy again. Let's change the max IV length, max IV size, random weight, adhesive, branch probability, branch size. Is that the thing I need to adjust? Although maybe the ivy size was the thing to change. I don't actually know. I think ivy size is correct. It's the branch size I need to adjust. I think it was the ground would look good if it was just on the ground. Use scale and ivy along with the normals just to adjust the thickness. All right, let's try it again. Yeah, I just don't think wires fit this environment. Like, if it were, you know, like a human spaceship, you'd make, ooh. Oh, that looks cool, guys. That looks cool. So if you do it again, you just move the cursor. This is my understanding how this works. Just move the cursor. Add new ivy. It's doing it. Hold your breath. That's pretty cool, guys. Hell yeah. Let's try it again here. Right there. Add new ivy. That's pretty cool. All right, save that. We're going to have to adjust a material for it, which feels like kind of like a cave in a jungle. But this was Hasselhoff's idea earlier. We use ivies, but it's not actually ivies. They're going to be slime. It's going to be slime, guys. So we're going to add a new material. Call this slime. Go over into the shader editor mode here. Let's turn on preview just so we can see what we're working with. And honestly, at this point, like, just take out this principled BSDF. We're going to add in a glass BSDF shader. And if you go view that, you're already like pretty much most of the way there. Because all we're going to be doing is just adding a little bit of roughness. Just to give it that, like, ugh effect, you know? And then let's go into noise texture. You go view it. We're just going to take this, maybe a little bit of a color ramp. And a little bit darker for some areas. And these darker areas, just make them gray, greeny. Maybe... yeah, green's good. Something like that. You can take this noise texture here and then just plug that into the color value of this. And then let's add another color ramp here. Actually, we're just going to take this guy and duplicate it. Okay, wait a second. Take this and use a hue and saturation node. That way, if we ever want to adjust this, we can just, it's all procedural. And that way I'm not having to duplicate things over and over and over again. But now if you go into this guy, we're going to take the saturation out. It's a black and white thing. And then we're going to make this a little bit more contrasty is kind of what we're going for. So let's use this, and I think overall we just need the overall RGB curves, although we could probably do that with the value as well. And then if we invert the color before we do that, I think, yep, that's good. And then we set this to like a 0.01 or a 0.06. Yep. And so now we have that hue and saturation. If we plug this into the roughness now, and then we go view that, that should work nice, because now we're going to get that kind of like greeny effect. And wherever that green is, we're going to be getting the it to be a little bit more you know, reflective there and rough than the areas that it's not. It feels like the cave in the jungle. Does this animation is going to end in this stream, or are you extruding the next Sunday? So I won't be able to stream next Sunday because I will be in Nashville for the film festival. But I should have a pre-released video coming out next week. I'm not planning on doing a stream, but I am planning on doing a pre-released video. So I will be doing that, and that will be coming out next week as well. And I've got like a really special video that I've been working on. That is a little bit of a behind-the-scenes featurette of the feature film that I worked on over the summer. So you guys will be able to get to check that out, see a lot of the work that we worked on then. That'll be coming out because the red carpet for that is also next week. Guys, it is a very busy next 2 weeks for the stuff that I've been working on. Everything is happening at the same time, which is kind of unfortunate, you know, because I don't get to do everything. And I'll be in other places when other people get to do things that I've been wanting to do. But you know what? It is what it is. And, you know, it's a long time in the making. I worked on Bad Omen, my short film, for the last like 2 years. And now it's finally getting its own like kind of like red carpet premiere. So I'm really excited about that. It's been a really long time in the making. But then also, with that being said, this last 6 months I've been working on this project that I'm extremely proud of, and it's like, you know, you got to kind of pick one or the other type of thing sometimes. Okay, so there's our wire or sliminess effect that we have going on. I might want to, let's use an emission node. We'll keep this as a value of 1. And then let's use a mix shader node. And let's just make the slime just a little bit brighter than everything else. Too bright. Still too bright. I don't like it. I don't like it. I definitely don't want the emission to be on the area around the edges here. I think that like kind of throws it off for me, and I really don't like that. So let's use another mix shader after the fact. So this mix shader gets plugged into here, and then everywhere that has this white value here, I'm going to use this additional shader of the glass here, And I'm just going to reapply that using a Fresnel effect onto the factor. And then that should work pretty nicely. And then I'm going to take this noise texture here, and then let's just view that real quick. Might want the size to be a little bigger. You can kind of see that right there. And then let's use a color ramp after this guy, and we're just gonna make it a little more contrasty. Okay, and then we're going to use that in conjunction with this color ramp as well. So I think, whoa, we're just gonna do that, and then let's do a mix color node, and everywhere that this color ramp kind of happens, we're going to want to do this effect. So I'm going to plug this color ramp here into the factor of our image. So we're going to just plug that into the factor. And then right here, let's make this just like a dark black. So now we're going to kind of like do that same green effect that we were doing before, but that's going to just give a little bit more texture material to everything. And I'm going to make this also green, but then, yeah. I might want it to be a little more bluey though. And we can go ahead and save that. Let's see how the specularity works with all of this now. So we'll just plug everything back in, see how that works. Should be less obvious. Are your comments reaching me, Connor? Add a headlight so it looks like a person has a head mount and looks like he's recording the cave. Well, we will have a person in here. So we're already going to have a person. Oh, that looks nice. I think it just adds a nice little extra texture to it. But yeah, no, we're going to have a person. Don't worry. But it's not from a POV of that person. No, YouTube's not filtering your chats. I'm working also, so it's hard to sometimes go back and forth between the two. Okay. So that's where our guy's gonna be. He's a little far off the ground, though, is he not? Let's grab the layout here. I'm going to turn off the proxy view, and I'm going to turn on our regular, like, full res render of this guy. Yeah, he's definitely floating. Projection proxy. Yeah, it's the same size and everything. Cool. So we're just going to keep the proxy version on here, and then I'm going to edit the ground. So if we select the ground, kind of need to select everything now. I just need to move everything upwards. And go here into our 3D viewport. Okay. So now he's like on the ground. Oh, you're rigging right now? Can you give a character I would like to give you? Yeah. Put it on the Discord, my dude. Okay, I like that. Let's see what our dude in projection looks like with it. Oh, because he's going to get lit up by the... Yeah. See how that looks. Is he still on the ground over here? Just want to make sure he's not clipping or anything like that. Let's grab this ground now, or the projection. That's what we need to do. We need to grab the projection, make it selectable, scale that up slightly. Yeah, we'll scale it up from the camera view, I believe, is what it's doing. And then we're just going to need to put this in material view, make it a little bit easier. We just make sure that we're going to go through and just make sure everything is lining up on the ground. Because last week we went through and did this, but we did it pretty quickly. So just going to double check. Can you hear what would you like to give you? Oh, yeah. Ben's talking about how we're using this green screen thing that we did from last week for this particular thing. Okay, so we're going to need to turn on our settings here, and then let's just jump between some keyframes. So we've got this guy here. Let's just take this, and we're going to scale him up. Let's go downwards and just... Hard part with like 2D planes sometimes is that you need to like pick which foot you're really trying to have interact with the ground, because this is all in 2D space. Wait, what the heck? What just happened? Just go through, and then we're just going to make sure that this all lines up a little bit. I don't know why I'm going up and down. 1 second. So it goes back. Okay, let's just see how that looks. Let's go ahead and just save this real quick. Content for weeks, but there are only so many hours a day, and then the brain can absorb new information. It needs to be watched. So many things from Houdini, dude. I'm going to create a folder here called output, and we're just going to save temp 01. Just going to save into that if we can. And let's see. We're going to just save. And then if you go up to view, we're going to just do a quick viewport render animation here just to make sure that we're not getting any weird blips with how the plane is moving. So just render that out. Viewport render animation. So basically like a play bash. Or a play bash. A play bash. In the meantime, guys, make sure to hit that like button below and, you know, subscribe if you guys haven't already. Oh, stretch time, really. That's what this is. Cool. And I'm going to open up... I don't know why it's not on my toolbar down there, but I'm going to open up Nuke. And we're going to open up the comp project for this guy. And we'll load it in, see what it looks like from the with the distortion applied to it. So we'll just open that up. Okay, I think that's all finished being rendered now. Yes, it is. So now inside of our Nuke project, let's open up our actual frame of this. So if we go to output, we can load in this temp. And now we can check that out. Unfortunately, I think it's outputting it as ASYS-CG. I actually don't know how it's outputting it. Probably is ASYS-CG. Let's just copy paste this lens distortion that we have, and then we're going to change it from undistort to redistort. Now we already see that we have some issues that we're going to have to fix. So, but this is good. Just testing this out. Whoa. Wait, what? What the heck? Weren't we having this issue last week? Stream to the vertical again. As I was saying, I didn't think we were doing anything crazy. I think maybe we just didn't know it. I think we're back, guys. Let me load everything back up again. Yeah, I'm gonna recover from autosave. Yeah, I crashed. I don't even know how I crashed that time. I wasn't even doing anything. Boom, baby, we're back. Let's use a reformat node, 12048 by 1080. Yeah, that works. And let's go to... That looks good to me. I mean, there are some issues, but I think it's going to be so dark, we're really not going to see it, if I'm being honest. That's going to be the camera move that we're doing. Obviously, this isn't correct as far as what it looks like, but I mean, I think the camera move is right. I think, how do you guys think? What do you guys think? The environment and everything, I think that's going to be pretty sweet. Let's see what it looks like with our character in there. Obviously, it's going to take a while to render out, so I'm not going to do that on stream. But let's go to like this spot here. Open it up in Blender. I'll keep that playing while we're waiting. Go to render view. And then I have to enable the projection instead. You did see DOS grain at the bottom of the comp. Yeah, that's the that'll be the eventual comping. We haven't gotten into compositing yet. This is just the part of the thing. Contact shadows, rotoblobs. Well, this is all just the just a very quick PNG sequence of the character, and this is also in material view out of Blender. So this isn't actually what it's going to look like as far as the look of it goes, but this is the movement and the kind of the model. We just created the 3D model today, as well as some texturing. But let's look at it in actual texture view to see what it's going to look like. Holy crap, I keep crashing it. It's okay. We're going to run one software at a time, and we're going to get through this. we're going to get through it. But yes, there are contact shadows, so don't you worry. Hey, FX Node, welcome to the chat, though. Don't you worry, we'll get to it. I'm going to turn this to solid view first. Let's turn it to solid view. Save this so that way I can stop doing that. It's hard to get green screen feet to match CG background. Yes, it is. However, there is this really cool trick that we are doing, which is we are using switch light first, and then we are doing all of the getting all the passes from that, and then projecting that onto a plane like here, and using the environment to relight the character. So for instance, I can now go over here to our projection node here. I'm going to disable the viewport display of this, and then enable the projection final that we have. And this is using the actual EXRs rather than the crappy JPEG that we have. And then if we save this, and then I'm going to save it first, of course. Sorry, let me show exactly what I was doing. I have two different projections here. We have our Proxy version, which was the PNG that you guys just saw. And then we have this final version here, which actually has the EXRs loaded inside of it for the whole thing. And I am enabling that now, whereas was disabled before. And let's go ahead and just turn this on, go into viewport shading, enable everything. See what that looks like. And if we're good to go, then, which we're not, we will then go from there. Okay, so with that being said, we have this projection final. The reason why he's being lit so much, he shouldn't be this lit, is because we're actually using the projection inside of our ground area light. And I knew this was going to be a problem. So let's go over here. Let's go to light linking inside of our ground area. And then we're going to disable projection. That should give us a better result. I think he's still a little shiny. Let's go over into our shader settings. Do you have to buy the Nitro pack on Discord? I mean, hey, if you want to. I have the Nitro pack on Discord. I'm going to select our production final here. And I'm going to adjust. I think the roughness is just a little too wet looking. So I'm going to disable it first of all. Oh, because you can't upload your file? Probably because it's too large, isn't it? Okay. And then our key light, I'm going to just turn this down slightly. I think it's just a little too bright. Is that not what's lighting our guy here? What is lighting our guy here? Oh, is it our point lights? Let's go to our point lights and we're going to create a new light link. We're going to call this env. And let's just grab our corridor and place it inside of that. Or specifically our wall. I don't think we really even want the ground. And then now if we go through all of these different points, we can just select the environmental guy. And then for our ground area light, let's just turn off that real quick. Yeah, he becomes like really dark here. I think it looks better with this light a lot darker. Yeah, like that, for instance. I like that quite a bit better. And then let's add in, it's just very dark right now, and I don't want it to be that dark, so we're just going to adjust some things. Let's add in an area light. Scale it down first of all. And we're going to make this brightness way not as bright. And also, another thing that we might want to adjust is let's remove the volume scatter on this. And let's go into solid view, and then I just need to be able to see where we're putting this light. I think if we grab this on the y-axis and just move it this way a little bit, just move it over there. Let's put that in camera view. If it's KB, you're already messed up. Saving a Blender file with anything that's not a cube already exceeds 1 megabyte. True. Yeah, every time, because I upload all these project files to Patreon, and that's like a thing that I'm like constantly running into as an issue, as a problem, is that you can only have the project files so large, because otherwise Patreon doesn't accept them. So I think I can only go up to like it's 150,000 kilobytes or something like that, which just makes it difficult, you know. Like it's hard to get project files that small inside of you know, Blender. Okay, let's see. Power's pretty small. I think we want this to be more like that. Although he's feeling a little more like a card because of that. we frozen? What's going on here? Okay. I think that works. Let's go back to top view here, and then I'm just gonna duplicate this light over here, and I think just want a little bit of a fill from behind. Natron? I have never used Natron. Are you talking about flame? Then I'm just going to boost this light a little bit. And yeah, guys, it's a lot. It's pretty dark still, but yeah, that might be a little bit better. I like that. That way you can make him out a little bit easier. But he feels like he's really... Just make that a little bit higher up, I think. I think that works. So his feet really feel grounded in the environment. Yeah, what do you guys think? As just the render from Blender. I'm a little concerned about that. I'm going to disable displacement because I think that's where it's causing the problem. Yeah, that was definitely the problem. I just got rid of the displacement. I think the problem with the displacement was that there was feathered edges, and when you have feathered edges, displacement doesn't really work because it becomes jaggedy. It only works on stuff that it's like 100%. I think that's what makes it difficult. So I'm going to see if there's a better way of going around that, especially when you're dealing with things that have like a little bit of motion blur or something like that. Yeah, the back looks a little too bright. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm struggling with. So I added that like just now, but it's because I feel like it needs it. That's really this brightness here. Like I could disable it and then he becomes quite a bit darker, and he's still side lit. So we're still getting some kind of like, you know, overall feel to it. I might even increase the side light a little bit more. But like, I feel like he gets so dark at that point that it becomes a little unrealistic. Like, I feel like that should be set to 10. And then, yeah, maybe we split the difference on like this backlight here to like a 50 milliwatts. So that way we're still filling a little bit inside the shadows. Because we're living in movie world, you know. Like, yeah, I think actually splitting the difference does help quite a bit. You don't want him to blend too much into like this part of the environment here. You know? Yeah, I think we lose quite a bit of that stuff up here. I know this is stuff we can also fix in comp because we're going to have crypto mats and all that. So I can actually add in any type of effects that I actually need. So if I need to brighten this up or add in anything, I can totally do that. If I'm going to say, let's see another frame. Actually, where did our guy go? Oh, wait, what? What happened? Wait, what? What just happened? He got real big. What did I screw up? Oh. I know what happened. That's funny, actually. I didn't think about that. No, I know exactly what happened. So because this is parented to another object that is also animated, it's doing that all at the same time. What frame does... You guys don't know. Never mind. I'm trying to figure out what frame I was on that actually looked correct, and that was the one we were basing it off of. Might be able to just go to camera view and find it. The guy's a green screen. And we keyed that last week on stream, and then this week we're just building the environment for him to be in. Just gotta figure out what frame number I was on. Well, I mean, there's another way for us to do this. Let's see. Go to solid view, and then we're gonna turn on our proxy view here. And let's just take this guy here. And if we say, if we just select everything and then delete the keyframes, we could do Control C and then do copy location, Control C, and then copy scale. Perfect. And then, yeah, it's already parented. It doesn't need to have animation on the already parented object. So we go back to viewport here and then turn off proxy version. Let's go ahead and save that. Adding a red light on the left side that lights the character and part of the right side would be cool. Could separate the character and add some visual contrast while maintaining the visual weight. Okay. Not opposed to that idea. Another thing is the astronaut could be holding a light, and maybe that light is the thing that is shining on into the environment. Okay, what is going on? I feel like I already fixed this. Did I not? Did I not fix? I'm fairly certain I did. Did I not fix the ground and all that stuff already? Oh, his feet are lower in one version than the other. I will say that. That's kind of at least an easy thing to fix. add dust particles and add the focus to the camera. It looks cool. Well, 100%. But we are going to do the dust particles in comp, and then yeah, we'll do dust particles in comp, but then we'll also do the focus here in Blender. Floating bits are definitely cool, but a thing that's easy to do in comp if you just, yeah, exactly, 100%. Now with our guy here, I think here's the problem. The light that we're using for this alpha channel is... like he's a little see-through. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. Yeah, it works. Let's see if his feet stay on the ground. Yeah, I do have a relight going on to the live action. So I fed it through switch light first, and then we have all these different passes for the albedo, roughness, normals, and the displacement and all that stuff. And I'm using that as the plane that's inside of our scene. So it's a guy with green screen footage, basically, that we are relighting inside of this scene here. Okay, so he walks past a light here right now. Let's see. Do we like a spot where he is a little bit lit? Let's see. Let's find the area right before he gets too lit, and then we'll parent everything to move with him. But look, Blue is not Blender not having crash. Good one to have. Thank you, Asloff. You have a good night's sleep. Just finding the area in which that light starts to hit his shoulder. I forgot what frame it was. I think it's this frame here that we were really liking. And this frame here, we have these lights that are already inside of our scene. These are the area lights that we just added. So we're just going to select those guys. And then we're going to go ahead and select the Proxy guy here. So let's go ahead and select that. And press Control P and then keep transform. So that way these lights will move with the projection. Let's hide the proxy again. Now this time, if we go and move, everything should move in accordance with it. I think the shoulder light is just a little too bright. Now he's like a little too dark, so it's like we're gonna have to grad it in, I think. So if we go back here to this, I think if we insert a keyframe for the brightness level for where he's at with this area light, and then we're gonna go to like later in the sequence and just make this 10 milliwatts. Yeah. That's just that little extra edge light that we're getting on the side there. Let's go even further in the sequence. Maybe it needs to be a little brighter. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm going to render this out now. And then we can drop that into our Nuke comp. And I'm going to post the finished rendered version of it. Yeah, we will. Oh, you know what? Let's do that now. That's fair. Let's do that right now. Might as well. We're going to just enable our cameras collection that we already have here. I added a focus polling right here. Let's go to the solid view. We don't need to be in rendered view for this. And I like to just add the cursor right where our guy is. And then we'll just say cursor to select it. Oops. We're going to say selection to cursor is really what we're trying to do. So add that to where our guy is, which is just this plane that we have here. And then we'll do selection to cursor. What is this? Oh, that's our camera. Don't do that. Select the focus and then say Shift S selection to cursor. There we go. And it's okay if this is a little off. So here's the thing. Real life isn't perfect. So if we set this to this guy here, okay? And then while he's walking, I'm just going to follow this plane here. Let's just say it's like right here. Right here. Wait, what the heck is going on? This plane is all over the place. There's like a weird step there. The heck? I think I'm going to have to do some cleanup work with that. I'm not going to lie. I'll have to check that again from what I was having. But yeah, so let's go ahead and select this focus now. And then for the most part, just go to top view here. And then we're just going to set a few more keyframes. Probably like right there. And then go a little bit further. That's fine. But yeah, it's okay if it's not perfect. I mean, honestly, we could parent this if we wanted to, and then we'll know for sure that it's going to be perfect. But I do like it to feel a little imperfect and have a little bit of mistakes in it. This is getting pretty close here to the guy. But yeah, let's go to render view again, see what that looks like. Tip making a whole spaceship and make a plane and a mission and pretend it's a sun because it's in space, so it looks cool, like an animation. It's about space, like you're near the sun, and it's sun rays coming from the hole. Yeah, but I mean, not for this scene. Now, if we go to our camera here, just go turn on depth of field, which I think is disabled right now. I mean, our scale is way off, so we're going to have to put some wacky freaking numbers in there. Everything is so small. Which makes depth of field very difficult to do. Although that's feeling a little bit better now. Yeah, that's feeling a little bit better. It looks more like how it should. And then, yeah, so when we go later in the shot, should reveal more off into the distance because the focus is getting closer to the background as he's like walking away. And yeah, we're getting those sweet contact shadows on the ground. 3D tracking the green screen, if you can, is a good plate integration tip. Yeah, no, we did. I know you missed last week's video, but we actually went and camera tracked the green screen footage and imported that camera as well as the green screen into this environment here. And then this guy right here is using a UV projection modifier node inside of Blender. So this is actually the exact camera movement, and you can see that here, the modifiers. We're using a UV map projection of the camera directly into the environment. So this is moving exactly how the green screen footage was shot. We're just replacing the background. If you haven't watched that last live stream, check that out. Or just wait another week or so, and we'll have the full cut down up on YouTube. Ben's already been working on that, so... Ben, my editor. Cool. I think that is going to do it for me. With our guy walking here, I think that looks pretty good. So this is going to be the Blender render. Next week, I'm going to release a pre-recorded video up onto the YouTube channel with the compositing side of this. I'm going to render this out, and then I'll do the compositing end of it. Unfortunately, I'm going to be... well, actually, I don't know if I should release... Okay, we're up in the air. I don't know if I'm going to release the pre-released video unless it's part of the whole thing. I might just release the whole cut like we do with all of the tutorials, and then Ben can just put that together. We'll put it up on Patreon first next week, and then the following week after that, we will upload the rest of it. I do have another video that is coming to YouTube next week. Unfortunately, I won't be live streaming, but make sure to hit the subscribe button and turn notifications on. You guys get notified for everything, including live streams and all that stuff. But I'm going to be out of town because I'm going to go watch my film in theaters in Nashville Film Festival. And then the week after that, it'll be in Chicago Film Festival. So I have a busy next couple weeks, but I do have some planned videos that I'm releasing up onto the YouTube channel in the meantime. Make sure to join the Discord. Link is in the description below, and you guys can check that out. And then so every time we're going live or posting anything, you guys can see that. Also share your stuff on the Discord. I would love to see it. And I'm gonna hopefully finish this render up, and then I can post that as well. But thank you guys for joining today. It was a great live stream. I think we got some good work done here. I'm really excited to see this finished one. I just have to render it out, and that's going to take a little while, and then I can do the compositing on it. But unfortunately, that's my time for today. Thank you guys for checking out the stream, and I will see you guys in the next couple weeks. You guys stay creating, and I'll see you on Discord for sure if you guys aren't already there. But peace out.